Ladies and gentlemen, can we please ask you to take your seats so that we can start? Thank you. Right, I don't see many more people coming in, so I think we've more or less reached our quorum and we can probably kick off our symposium. So a very warm welcome to all of you here in the room with us, but also to those of you who are following us online and will be doing so throughout the event. We're very happy to have you with us, even though we cannot see you, but we know you're there, so that's always a comfort. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the very first symposium on the sustainable partnership, or rather on the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership. There we are. If I get it wrong from the start, it's not going to help. So it's a great event. We're very happy to have you here with us. Of course, this is an event where we're going to be running through a lot of the work that has been accomplished and what lies ahead. But it's also a very good opportunity for all of you to network. And it was very obvious already throughout the lunch, walking around, seeing that everybody was very happy to either meet again or get acquainted with new potential partners, hear from each other what you do, how you do it, and that's only the beginning. You're going to have plenty more opportunities throughout this afternoon, this evening, and tomorrow to continue to do so. And we're very happy to provide this opportunity for you. This program is spread, as I said, over 2 days. We have a busy afternoon tomorrow, busy afternoon today, busy morning tomorrow, and we're going to be taking you on a voyage. At least we're going to try to. It is a full program with lots of insights, lots of experience sharing from all of our speakers, and they all come from very different horizons, so you should really leave this event with a broad overview of everything that's happening in terms of a sustainable blue economy. I'm sure that these 2 half days are going to be very intense, but I also hope that they're going to be very gratifying in terms of takeaways, and maybe we can exchange a bit more on that tomorrow. Before we dive into the core of our discussions, I do have, as always, a couple of practical housekeeping points. So first of all, we do have a hashtag for those of you who would like to make comments, promote the event on social media. Our hashtag is BlueEconomyEU. Blue with a capital B, economy with a capital E, and EU in capital. So hashtag BlueEconomyEU. We will be using the same hashtag for our questions and answers in order to provide the same opportunity to those of you in the room and those of you online to ask questions from our speakers in the various panels. We have decided to allow questions via Slido. So I will come back to the procedure a little later. I'm sure most of you are familiar with Slido at this stage, but just to be sure, I'll give you a few more details when the time comes. We will also have, I was talking about networking, we will also have another opportunity for networking at the end of the afternoon. We have a networking cocktail. And besides the fact that, of course, it's another opportunity to network, it's also a nice opportunity to discover a very special place, because the cocktail is taking place at the Royal Library of Belgium. So it's somehow in the same complex of buildings, but not in this part. So you will have people guiding you. I will also give you the practical indications at the end of our afternoon. As we all know, as you all know at this stage, the Partnership on Sustainable Blue Economy is co-founded by the EU and is part of Horizon Europe. And in that project, together, the European Commission, the member states, associated countries are really all trying to facilitate and optimize the twin transition, that is the green and digital transition, with the blue economy in view. This initiative is fairly recent, as you all know, because it's only about some 18 months old. And we're going to, in this very first symposium, try and understand how it is processing, how it is progressing through the objectives, in particular, of the 19 projects that were part of the first selection for the first transnational call. We'll also have an opening onto the second transnational call, but we'll come to that in a little while. Before that, we will kick off our event, and in order to do so, it's always challenging to be the first speaker of a long lineup, so I'd like to invite Michele Guerrini, who is the Counselor for Research and Innovation at the Permanent Representation of Italy to the EU. Michele, good afternoon.
Hello, everyone. So the difficult task up to me. So, representative of member states and associated countries, authorities of the European Commission, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you all for the invitation. And I'm really happy to be here with you today. And I guess that the number of people that is gathered here today really testify the importance of meetings such as this one. I would like also to thank our hosts for this wonderful venue, so the Royal Museum of Fine Arts of Belgium, and on behalf of my ambassador, Mr. Stefano Verrecchia, I would like also to convey the greetings of the permanent representation of Italy to the European Union to this first symposium of Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership, which has been a great initiative and an initiative so important for Italy since its inception phase. Before giving the floor to the other speakers, I would like just to stress a couple of messages. First of all, the importance of European partnership as instrument to achieve the major goal of the European Union. Second of all, is like how the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership really address all these opportunities and in this context really contributes to the development of European Green Deal major objectives of the EU. And I would like also to highlight the real added value of the partnership, which is also that brings together different stakeholders and different initiatives that somehow would have been scattered across Europe and the different sea basins. And in this case, this has well been demonstrated also by the outcome of the first call we just recently done. And on top of that is also a matter of international cooperation. So I guess the objective of these calls of shared common value and strategic agenda, policy agenda, goes beyond the EU, and this has been also testified by the participation and access of lately of the Tunisian Brazil to the activities of the partnership. I would like to end my welcome discussion with wishful thinking for the future, because the work done so far by the partnership and all the stakeholders are very well testified and documented. It's quite clear, but we have to look at the future, and since the discussion for the next framework program, FP10, is starting right now, I would like to hope that the effort done so far by all the people working within the partnership will not be dispersed, and the work will continue also in the future during the next MFF. So with these words, I'd like to wish you a pleasant and productive day, and I will thank you all for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michele. I'd like to now please welcome with you our next speaker, Christina Abildgaard. She's Director at the Department for Ocean and Polar Research at the Research Council of Norway. Good afternoon, Christina.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Dear European Commission, DG Mare, DG RTD, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and pleasure to address this audience jointly with the Italian coordinator of the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership. As a co-coordinator, allow me to say that Norway has long roots in cooperation with Italy. It's warmly appreciated from our side. Just on a personal note, I was invited to attend a preparatory event under the Italian presidency in Naples in 2017 on observations, providing a Norwegian non-EU member state opinion on needs for observation. This included observations in polar regions, which is also one of my files. This workshop was important in order to address the sharing research infrastructure and the need for it. And I must also underline the good cooperation that we have had in JPL Oceans with Italy for many years. This is also under my responsibility and highly appreciated. So we are very grateful for the tight collaboration in this partnership under the lead of Italy. The Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership is important to Norway, both for its structuring effects across Europe and beyond, and for the activities it implements. Norway is a full member of the Horizon Europe, which is the most important international platform for cooperation, recalling that Horizon Europe is the largest research and innovation program in the world. Norway has a 70% open economy as a nation, and the European Union is our major economic partners, and the European policies and the strategies like European Green Deal is fundamental for development of Norwegian policies. So knowledge sharing and developing is the key in a knowledge-based economy as the European. By working together towards greening and digitalizing the blue economy, Europe can play a major role. We deeply need this transformation, given the many crises we are facing on biodiversity and climate change. But it's not only the crisis of nature that calls us for collaboration. It's also the ongoing warfare, the suffering of thousands of people. We are all affected in some way. Food and energy security, safeguarding sailing routes are increasingly relevant. So the fact that the ocean is suffering from great pressure, and at the same time, the ocean is part of solutions. Ocean-based climate actions can in fact contribute to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions, and oceans are important in providing food and energy. All these facts call for global collaboration, and Europe is an important part of global collaboration. It was a real step forward when the world's countries achieved the agreement on conservation of marine biodiversity in the high seas 5th of March last year. The agreement will provide an important framework for enhancing ocean management and paves the way for closer cooperation across sectors to improve ocean health. I would also like to mention the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. Since launching in 2018, 18 world leaders have joined together to realize the mission of sustainable managing 100% of the ocean area under national jurisdiction. The Ocean Panel is closely collaborating with the IOC UNESCO in view of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, which EU also has strong commitments to. We believe that the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership is more relevant than ever. It's more important than ever. The partnership is well positioned and designed for encompassing all these dimensions and to meet for the future. And this is reflected in its vision. By 2030, give the transformation towards a climate-neutral, sustainable, productive, and competitive blue economy a boost. By 2050, create and support the conditions for a healthy ocean for the people. This will be achieved through systemic approaches, collaboration across sectors and disciplines, sharing infrastructure and data, Circular and bioeconomy approaches, digitalization is key, and through developing and implementing different tools and actions. We need to establish efficient and fruitful ways of collaborating with other partnerships as well. Thinking global, acting local, throughout a holistic approach will characterize this partnership. The research being supported by the partnership will be in the forefront of scientific quality, securing Europe's position as a global key player in the knowledge economy. Together, we can generate speed and direction through this cooperation, which is important for our future planet. I'm very excited to be here today and look very much forward to this event, to listen to the different presentations and to the fruitful panel discussions. And again, I would like to thank Italy for very good cooperation, for your hard work for leading this very important partnership. And also I would like to thank all the partners we are cooperating with for the cooperating and good spirit. And finally, I would like to thank the organizer for, in fact, organizing this first symposium. And I really look forward to this event. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, our next speaker could not be with us in person, but he recorded a video message, which I will now invite you to watch. So it's a message from John Bell, who's Director for Healthy Planet at the European Commission, Director General for Research and Innovation. So let's listen to him. Okay, if we have a technical problem, I will now invite our next speaker to the stage, and then in the meantime, hopefully the technical problem will be solved and we can resume and get back to John Bell's message. So we're now going to broaden our point of view with our next speaker, and we will look beyond the horizon. So let's do so with Elisabetta Balzi, who's head of unit for Oceans, Seas and Waters at the Director General Research and Innovation of the European Commission. Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, without preempting what my director will say in the video that will follow, I would like to welcome you today in Brussels. We are really very, very pleased and very honored to have you here today. 1 year after that, when we kicked off this very strategic partnership in Rome, in the Fine Arts Museum in Rome, we are very glad to host you today in the Fine Arts Museum in Brussels. And today we can really celebrate a year full of achievements, and at the same time we want to look beyond the horizon and at the future. I would like really to congratulate the partnership because it has shown during only 1 year actually of work with many years of preparation before that, that it is a very strategic initiative for us to structuring all the efforts, the European research area efforts, aligning programs at national level, at regional level, and you have delivered not only already a first wave of projects, of very strategic projects, you have launched already the second call for proposals, but you have been structuring our European research area by building synergies among different programs at national level, also at regional level. I would like to congratulate you today because this partnership has been the first one to integrate very quickly one region, Emilia-Romagna. I would like to congratulate them today, participating fully with their structural funds in the partnership. So you see the structuring effect of this initiative and of this partnership is really very, very powerful and very important and strategic for us. The second call that has been announced, it's also co-branded with UN Decade of the Ocean Sciences, so this has also a very important international dimension. We will celebrate this in Barcelona at the UNOC conference upcoming. And you also had a very important effect in broadening your partnership. You're already a very broad partnership, but you are integrating new countries from the neighborhood and beyond. So we have in the pipeline, after the participation of Tunisia, we have Georgia, which is upcoming. We have countries like Brazil, Ukraine, which are getting ready to join the partnership. So here again, congratulations, because this integration effect and the enlargement it's showing really how important and effective your partnership is. Looking at the horizon, also you have a very important role. We are in an important moment now for our framework program for research and innovation. We just finished the evaluation of Horizon 2020, which shows already how strategic the role of a partnership is. We are now in the process of preparing the interim evaluation of Horizon Europe, which will follow soon. And we are also starting the reflection for the possibly and hopefully future framework program to follow. And this is also a task where you have a key role, because the partnership with the countries and with the member states and associated countries is a key element in this strategic programming exercise. You probably know that the Commission has appointed an independent expert group who is in charge of preparing the reflection also for the next framework program. And a member state task force has also been set up as part of the European Research Area and Innovation Committee. And we expect already the publication of a first report by June of this year. So this is also a strategic moment to build together the future on a very solid basis that you have demonstrated during this first year of life of a partnership. So I would like to congratulate you for that. We are looking forward. As you know, the blue arm of a Green Deal, it's an essential part, so we are looking forward to construct together this blue, let me say, blue-green deal also of the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. So I'm turning to the tech team. Can we now have the video? Are we okay? Yes, looks like it. Thank you.
John Bell, Director of the Healthy Planet Research and Innovation Director of the European Commission. Delighted to be with you. Dear Minister Bernini, dear Director Christina Abildgaard, and to our friends and colleagues in the Research Council in Norway, members of the Partnership Consortium, our partners, dear representatives and participants, thank you for inviting me for this first symposium of our European Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership. It's a landmark moment. Let me first congratulate you, Minister Bernini, as well as your co-workers and all of our partners involved for all of your efforts and the commitment to the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership, which is promising and effective. Today is a great opportunity to showcase the important partnership to stakeholders and the world abroad at a time when people are looking for solutions to the future. The partnership will contribute to make our blue economy sustainable and resilient, ensuring that this transition is also just and fair and inclusive. This partnership also needs to promote the health and sustainability of our precious natural heritage, the oceans, and all our seas. The numbers already speak for themselves and show the interest and engagement in this work. 60 partner institutions from 25 countries and the European Commission agreed to pool research and innovation investments of nearly €500 million over 7 years. 3 more countries from the East and the South are about to join. This is a remarkable initiative without precedent and proportionate to the scale of the challenge that cooperation needs to respond to ahead. Over the last 20 years, the European Union partnerships have become an increasingly powerful instrument to leverage more joint collaborative research in the European Union and to ensure that we have a more efficient use of resources that have a lot more pressure on them than was the case in the past. The partnerships extend and strengthen the investments from the European Framework Programme for Research and Innovation. We've seen the partnerships and the framework programmes working increasingly together to align how we get the investments to address the strategic agendas that we share. The partnerships are structuring national science and research investments by connecting national priorities, strategies and programmes with those of the European Union. In this way, partnerships are deepening the European research area, but they're also building strategic networks and strengthening the national systems. Co-funded partnerships aim to achieve more societal impact through a strategic connectivity between the research community and the research funding organisations and ministries who are involved in the partnership. And this will have an impact also on the people who are affected by the changes that are taking place down the line. Together they can ensure the optimal use of the research and innovation outcomes for society, for policy, and of course for markets. This is more and more strategically needed in these times of urgency to address both the planetary crisis and the need for people to find new economic and social means to develop initiatives where they live and work. Thematically, this partnership is part of the blue arm of what is called the European Green Deal and the digital transition, contributing to Europe's resilience and to the UN's Sustainable Development Goals and to the next model of economic prosperity and social fairness. Our ocean and European seas are facing, of course, enormous challenges. Overfishing, climate change, marine pollution, increased biodiversity and critical habitats loss, competition for marine space use, ice melting and increasingly frequent extreme weather events. Managing fresh and marine waters in an integrated way, embracing a source-to-sea approach needs to be adopted and used, demonstrated and de-risked. This is the systemic approach underlying our ambitious mission to restore our ocean and waters by 2030, where you and your colleagues have played such an important role to date. Without a healthy ocean, our Europe simply cannot achieve the objectives and targets of the transitions that need to happen as part of what was called the European Green Deal over the last few years. We can only address the threats that the seas are facing if many actors in Europe team up, having a common long-term vision, uniting European stakeholders, also for research and innovation, is an essential starting point, and it is the most efficient way to move. Through Horizon Europe and this partnership, together with the mission Restore Ocean and Waters by 2030, we have a formidable alliance with which to address these issues, and we're setting a new direction towards a blue transition that is sustainable, fair, socially inclusive and economically promising. The partnership and the mission will work in close synergy to connect people and places where the transitions need to happen, with the necessary solutions and the knowledge to be used put into the hands of the people who need to use it. In reality, the European Union is already an ocean union. We are the largest maritime power in the world, and the opportunities are hugely significant. Our seas and the Atlantic Ocean are one of the new frontiers for Europe's innovation and for prosperity to come to local regions and places. Let me add the important aspect of science diplomacy. Science diplomacy is an anchor of hope and a driver of cooperation, even in difficult geopolitical contexts. Science builds bridges, not walls. This partnership is proactively reaching out to widening countries, which is a real priority in Europe, and remains open to cooperation beyond the EU, notably in our neighbourhood, where there is a need for the European Union to project cooperation, stability and effective networks. This is a key added value in these troubled times that we live through. Now, with the first partnership project starting, our joint endeavour to deliver results for a sustainable blue economy is becoming a reality. We are harvesting the first key achievements of this partnership. Good coordination of efforts will be crucial in several areas. For example, the EU digital twin of the ocean aims at putting ocean knowledge at the fingertips of citizens, entrepreneurs, scientists and policymakers, putting knowledge in the hands of people who need to make decisions and investments about the future. With their concrete use cases approach, the first two Digital Twin of the Ocean projects funded by the partnership will help us to demonstrate the scientific and societal values of digital twin approaches. And this will be transformative in terms of the role that the seas and the oceans play and will play in the transition in terms of the economy, climate, and so forth, and for local communities in different spaces. This will give us the means to develop new solutions and to new investments in the same way that in space a generation ago, what was developed in Copernicus allowed us to develop things like GPS and other kinds of services that are there. Fantastic way in which innovation can support social and economic transition. The Marine Spatial Planning projects Blue Echo and Medsy Plan will help to develop the very important policy visions of the marine spatial plans, which are providing a long-term framework for investors in ocean activities. Furthermore, multi-use offshore spaces, seaweed farming, blue food, and feed of low-trophic species, including shellfish, are also addressed in our newly started partnership projects. You can see the concretisation of how innovation can drive economic and social transition. The first project portfolio of the partnership is showing that we are aligning and building direct links between policies, programmes and instruments at EU, national and local level. We're looking forward to working with you. You can count on the European Commission to support our research and innovation results from Horizon Europe work programmes and the Mission Ocean and Waters with the results of the partnership. Only by working together can we deliver what will become a European Blue Deal and the digital transition across ocean and waters. We share the common objective to make this Blue Partnership a success, and we're looking forward to our continued cooperation, which will help to protect land, restore our beautiful planet, our only home, and to give hope to citizens that better is possible. Grazie mille, Minister. Thank you very much to all of our colleagues, and I wish you every success.
Thank you very much, and please convey our thanks. I'm looking for our colleague from the Commission. I can't see from here, but convey our thanks to John Bell for this very thorough overview. Now that we had the broad landscape in which we operate, it's time to maybe focus a little more on the actual context in which we work. And to help us do so and set the scene, please welcome Rashad Al-Khafaji, who is the director of the Brussels office of the FAO, that's the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, of course. Good afternoon.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, all protocol observed, friends of the oceans. Let me start by thanking the organizers of this event for giving me the opportunity to share with you some scene-setting thoughts from the perspective of the Food and Agriculture Organization. It's truly an honor. I will talk today about the blue economy of tomorrow, and I will frame it within FAO's vision, which we call the blue transformation. But why a transformation? Well, we need the transformation because our aquatic food systems, as part of the agri-food systems at large, are failing us today. We live in a world where more than 800 million people are chronically undernourished, where 255 million people are in acute food insecurity that could turn into chronic hunger as well, where 2.4 billion people are moderately or severely food insecure, and a world where 3.1 billion people do not have access to healthy diets. At the same time, our agri-food systems are one of the main contributors to greenhouse gas emissions, deforestation, soil degradation, and other problems that are the root of the triple planetary crisis, namely the three intersecting global environmental crises of pollution, climate crisis, biodiversity loss, and/or ecological crisis. So our aquatic food systems, as part of these agri-food systems, also need to transform. Because our problems are not solvable by addressing one part of the equation or by hoping that one actor alone could bring the solution. In FAO's vision, and this is translated in the strategic framework of the organization, the program of the years 2022 to 2031, and this is approved by its members through its governing bodies, we call for a systemic approach to transform these agri-food systems, to make them more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable. So, looking at the oceans, we do stand at a crossroads. The oceans today imply both opportunity and urgency. On one hand, they regulate the climate, provide 99% of living space, and generate income and livelihoods for millions around the globe who depend on fisheries and aquaculture for their living. They hold the potential to drive economic growth, provide food, resources, generate renewable energy. But on the other hand, they face unprecedented challenges from climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, overfishing, threats to our oceans and to the precious resources they provide for food and livelihoods. Rising sea levels, warming waters, acidification, these are all putting marine ecosystems under immense pressure. Overfishing depletes vital populations, plastic pollution chokes our currents, and illegal activities undermine ocean governance. Clearly, all of this has ecological implications, socio-economic effects, and above all, threatens food security. So let me therefore share a first message with you today, which is a healthy and sustainable ocean is a necessity, not an aspiration. Let me share with you a few points about aquatic food systems in particular. Aquatic food systems are increasingly considered part of the solution to address the global challenges of food security and climate change. Approximately 600 million people worldwide depend, at least partially, on fisheries and aquaculture for their livelihoods, with nearly 500 million involved in small-scale fisheries, and women making up half of the overall workforce throughout the fisheries and aquaculture value chains. Aquatic foods offer some of the most accessible sources of animal proteins and micronutrients, enhancing local food security in vulnerable populations. Aquatic food is a critical part of the climate and nature-positive solutions to supply low-carbon and high-quality nutrition. The aquatic food sector, including both marine and inland fisheries and aquaculture, when managed sustainably, is a sector that is efficient, has limited impact on the environment, and is a minor contributor to the global greenhouse gas emissions. And this is where the concept of a blue transformation emerges, offering a path towards a thriving future by outlining a vision to expand aquatic food systems and increase their contribution to nutritious and affordable healthy diets, ensuring environmental stewardship and inclusive growth, especially for those communities that depend on fisheries and aquaculture. Or, as we say in the UN jargon, leaving no one behind. So, the blue transformation that FAO proposes is anchored in 3 global objectives. The first is sustainable aquaculture intensification and expansion that satisfies global demand for aquatic food and distributes benefits equitably. But this expansion must be particularly focused on food deficit regions, aiming to grow the subsector by 30 to 40% by the end of the decade and contribute to sustainable livelihoods. Second, that effective management of all fisheries delivers healthy stocks and secures equitable livelihoods in oceans, seas, rivers, and lakes. This includes 100% management of all fisheries, eliminating illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing, and ensuring full and productive employment. The third point is to support the upgrading of aquatic value chains to improve the social, economic, and environmental outcomes of aquatic food systems. This includes halving fish waste and loss by 2050, significantly increasing global per capita food consumption of aquatic foods, increase capacity of exporters to access international markets, as well as ensuring socially responsible value chains. Achieving this blue transformation requires a collective effort. Governments, businesses, communities, academia, and individuals all have a role to play. We cannot underestimate the role of each one of them. By working together, sharing knowledge, and fostering innovation, we can build a future where the ocean thrives and provides. Ladies and gentlemen, the vast potential of sustainable blue economy offers a beacon of hope for a brighter future. So let us embrace this opportunity with courage, conviction, and an unwavering commitment to collaboration. Let us chart a course that embraces innovation, collaboration, and sustainability. A course that recognizes the ocean, not as a resource to be exploited, but as a living system to be cherished and protected, a symbol of our collective responsibility and sustainable stewardship. Together we can navigate the challenges, unlock the potential, and make the blue transformation a reality for generations to come. I tend to close every speech and public presentation that I give by recalling the single greatest challenge that humanity faces today. Whether we can sustainably and nutritiously feed 9 to 10 billion human beings who will be living on our planet by the year 2046. For those of you who wonder how far that is, that's just as many years ahead as the year 2002 looking backwards. So not that much time. To face this daunting task, we need so much. But above all, we desperately need intellectual courage and dissent in challenging established perceptions, approaches, and thinking, thereby also questioning practices and policy. I sincerely hope that this symposium will contribute to that thinking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think the challenges have been very clearly outlined, and we now know what lies ahead, but also how we as a collective group can contribute to meeting these challenges. So we've heard of the importance of cooperation, and not only, of course, at European level, but globally. And to illustrate that particular approach, we will hear the perspective of Canada. And in that respect, I'd like to welcome our next speaker. So please welcome Douglas Wallace, who is Scientific Director at the MEOPAR Network, that is the Marine Environmental Observation, Prediction and Response Network. Good afternoon, Doug.
Thank you, Florence, and thank you. So do I just click the first one?
So normally you just, you need to click there and point it there.
Okay.
So
it should point it there.
Towards the top of the room. Do we have a problem with the slides? There we go.
There we are. And so first of all, thank you to Florence for explaining what MEOPAR stands for. It's a bit of a mouthful. But more seriously, thanks to the coordinators of the partnership and to the organizers of this meeting for inviting me to give a perspective from overseas, in this case from Canada. I am scientific director of this network, MEOPAR, which I'm going to say a few words about a little bit later on. I'm also based at Dalhousie University, which is in Halifax, Nova Scotia, on the east coast of Canada, where I'm a professor there. And just want to point out that Halifax and Dalhousie University are located in Mi'kmahi, which is the ancestral and ancient territory of the Mi'kmaq people, who have lived in that territory for thousands of years and looked after the land and the waters of that part of Canada. So the context for taking this perspective, specifically looking at what's going on in Canada and future potential partnerships, is the fact that very recently negotiations were largely completed between Canada and the EU, through which Canada is going to become an associated member of Horizon Europe and in Pillar 2 of Horizon Europe. And that should be, as far as I understand it, signed, sealed, and delivered in a few months' time. And that is probably a very significant development, certainly for researchers in Canada, and I think for researchers in the EU. And of course, this builds on a number of existing partnerships, including Canada-EU Green Alliance and Canada-EU Ocean Partnership, and many bilateral agreements and cooperations with European countries. But I think, as we all know, those of us involved in, or those of you involved in partnership projects, high-level agreements are one thing, but they have to be filled with life and implemented through bottom-up connections. And that's really what I'm hoping will develop between Canada and Canadian researchers and yourselves in the near future. And just point out, as far as I could tell, and I may not be completely accurate here, there's only one Canadian partner in the current portfolio of the partnership projects. Hopefully, at future symposia, there'll be more. So just to a little bit of geography here, excuse me, but actually most Canadians probably don't know most of these facts. Canada, I think probably all of you know, has the world's longest coastline. It's actually also got the second largest territorial or inland sea area and the 7th largest exclusive economic zone. So while people tend to think, and most Canadians think of Canada as being sort of an enormous landmass, the oceans are actually incredibly important for Canada. And it has highly diverse marine ecosystems covering Pacific, Arctic, and Atlantic ocean basins. And our EEZ is contiguous not only with that of the US, but also with Denmark or Greenland, and also actually with a little bit of France, the Saint-Pierre-Miquelon there, just south of Newfoundland. And again, most Canadians don't know this, but 11 of our 13 provinces and territories have a coastline. And what is very, very real in Canada now, and in the future for sure, is the growing engagement and responsibility of Indigenous peoples in the jurisdiction and the management of our marine areas. So in addition to the area, the waters off Canada play a very significant role at a global scale for climate and teleconnections. And this, of course, includes sea ice and all the issues associated with sea ice changes, freshwater transport into the Atlantic, heat exchanges, the connection between the Arctic and the Atlantic, and also between the surface ocean and the deep ocean, with the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, which plays a role in turn for global carbon uptake, oxygen uptake by the deep ocean, and of course, like almost everywhere, impacts of sea level rise. So most of North America last Sunday was focused on the Super Bowl, which took place in Las Vegas. They're either interested in the football or they were interested in Taylor Swift. But in any case, everybody was glued to their TVs. And there's a phrase that you may have heard that says, you know, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. That's where the game was played. But that's not true of what happens in Canadian waters. What happens in Canadian waters impacts Europe, as you can see from these animations, a few days to a few weeks later, whether the teleconnection is through the air or through the water. So there's a very strong common interest in what's going on in our part of the world, and lots of research questions there. So in terms of the blue economy, though, the kind of blue economy started developing, perhaps, beyond what the indigenous peoples, their livelihoods, with the development of the Grand Banks fishery off Newfoundland. And Canada is now the 5th largest seafood exporter in the world, so it's a very significant industry for Canada. And aquaculture, in all of its varieties, is also diversifying and growing rapidly. Shipping, transportation, obviously a big issue with ports on both the west and the east coasts. And what is likely to be the major growth area for the next decade is marine renewable energy, with enormous offshore wind as well as tidal energy resources, which are largely undeveloped at the moment, but likely to undergo major development in the near future. An example of this actually was a couple of years ago, where Chancellor Scholz from Germany met with our Prime Minister in a small town in the southwest of Newfoundland to sign a hydrogen alliance between Canada and Germany, which involves a wind-powered hydrogen and ammonia plant, which is going to be developed in a fairly low population, rural area of our easternmost province. Private sector is also driving new industries in the area of climate intervention, and of course, similar to Europe, marine and coastal tourism is growing and diversifying and spreading. And spreading, I mean, into the north, into Arctic regions, and that is putting some pressure on the small populations who live up there, as well as on the ecosystem. So a lot of issues related to the blue economy, either existing or about to develop very rapidly in the near future. So an example of a new industry which is suddenly appeared on the scene, and this is the industry still largely in the startup phase around marine carbon dioxide removal. In this case, a Canadian startup called Planetary Technologies, which is actually doing pilot scale operations in Halifax with additions of alkalinity to the ocean in order to increase the uptake of CO2. So this is going on, well, it's been going on for about a year, and with additions of magnesium hydroxide. And in parallel with that are coordinated independent experiments going on to evaluate the efficacy and how you monitor this done by university researchers. The point I want to make here is this is very sudden, and it's moving very fast, and there's a lot of investment in this area, and it creates a real challenge, I think, for the research community and the research agencies, funding agencies, to respond quickly enough to meet the rapidity of the developments from the private sector. So quickly on our research landscape, it's very diverse, very distributed. Our federal research is largely performed by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, but several other ministries, federal ministries, contribute significantly. There are academic research centers all across the country, from the west coast through the middle of the country to the east coast. There are research networks such as MEOPAR, which try to connect everybody. And there are also many significant private foundations and NGOs involved in research along Canada's coastline. The point I want to make here is really centralization in a country like Canada is just not an option. If you did centralize, you'd put the center of research somewhere far away from the ocean, probably where nobody lives. So centralization isn't an option, and so we've had to develop other ways to coordinate ocean research. And it's really a key challenge for Canada, but it's a key challenge for Europe as well, of course. How do we enable a decentralized and diverse ocean research community to work together effectively to both generate, mobilize, and also exchange knowledge and address what end up being common, often rapidly developing challenges and opportunities? So that's a challenge. And given that these challenges actually are shared very often with Europe, and given that Canada is now joining into Horizon Europe, the second question would be, how do we get Canadian researchers to work effectively with their European counterparts? One option, and it's only one of several, but one option would be to make use of our networks, including MEOPAR. MEOPAR has been around for about 12 years, It's federally funded, and it connects researchers all across Canada. Those red dots are where our researchers are based. I want to point out, however, it's an independent not-for-profit. It's independent. It's not owned or operated by any particular university or organization. It's its own organization, which allows us to work equitably with institutions all across the country and avoid some of the regionalism which often develops. So MIOPAR has just recently been refunded for another 5 years under a new program in Canada, the Strategic Science Fund, and we're going to be focusing very heavily on federal priorities, which include the blue economy, but also ocean protection, climate science, and climate adaptation, as well as reconciliation with First Nations and Inuit peoples. And so MIOPAR will be able to provide funding for research, career development, coordination of infrastructure, data management, and knowledge mobilization, both in the area of research, but also in infrastructure and human talent development. So I want to finish, though, with this tool that we've used quite extensively to bring the country together, both geographically, but also across different sectors, government, academia, industry, for example, but also communities. Communities of practice, which are non-hierarchical, non-threatening organisms which allow researchers from different backgrounds to discuss and plan on a level playing field. And we've got about 9 of these in existence right now. We hope to grow these out further. And I think this might be a tool that might allow us also to connect effectively to the European research community. So I'm just going to finish then, looking forward into the fog, which we have a lot of on the East Coast. Questions would be, how do we share knowledge and experience related to the sustainable blue economy, both within Canada, but between Canada and Europe? And specific question I have, and that's why I'm here, is can MIOPAR's programs for the next 5 years help to connect and integrate with programs such as JPI Oceans, but other related initiatives in the European space? Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I hope that we're going to be able to clear some of that fog, figuratively at least, over the next few hours and tomorrow morning. So now that we know about the environment, the context in which we operate, I promised you a voyage. I think the time has come to embark on our voyage, and we'll lift the anchor, so to speak, and take a bird's eye view at the first year of this partnership. Where do we stand? How are things evolving? What's happened? What's still going to happen? In order to paint that picture, I'd like to invite Margherita Capelletto from the Ministry of University and Research in Italy.
Dear Chancellor of the Italian Permanent Representation, Michele, Director of Department of the Research Council of Norway, Christina, dear Head of the European Commission RTD Unit on Ocean, Seas and Waters, Elisabetta, dear Directors of FAO and of the Canadian MIOPAR Network, dear friends of the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership, I join previous speakers in thanking the organizer and the Royal Museum of Fine Art before asking you a question. Have you heard this sound? Can you try to imagine the sea surrounding us? I'm sure the Sustainable Blue Economy crew is ready to sail farther ahead, as they have always been working together since the preparation of this challenging initiative, supporting economies and society that benefit from the sea towards a green and digital transformation. Today, in this room, I can see through the eyes of the co-designers of our achievements the year and a half that we passed together. The coordinators of the 19 projects selected for grant, and the partnership colleagues that made all this possible, as well as those that will follow and monitor their progress. The organizers and some participants to the 4 workshops, thanks to which we have started updating our strategic research and innovation agenda. The 15 experts that, facilitated by colleagues, contribute to our strategy by shaping the thematic area of intervention on which the joint calls are based: digital twin of the ocean, coexistence of blue economy sector, including offshore, managing sea uses, blue bioresources, and as last entry, resilient coastal communities and businesses. 5 areas of intervention. If you look at the pin that was distributed at the entrance, you can see that our creative boat has 5 sails. These 5 sails represent the 4 European sea basins: the Mediterranean Sea, the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, and the Northern Sea, plus the Atlantic Ocean, and recall us that the connection between and across the basins and the partnership is constantly animated by our enthusiastic contact nodes. 5 are, as well, the typology of actors we are mandated to engage as representative of science, policy, industry, and society sector that share the same environment. This is the underlying approach of the community of praxis we are building and enriching. But let's continue. I see the results of the year behind us in the eyes of our friends, the representative of the sea basin lighthouses of the mission, Restore Our Ocean and Waters, and of other European partnership. A regular interaction is in place to envisage action to be developed together. Even a joint declaration has been undersigned with the Zero Emission Waterborne Transport Partnership. Not to speak about representative of international organizations, among others, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, and the G7 Future of the Seas and Ocean Initiative. And possible future partners, as we just hear, countries that successfully liaise with us, thanks to the support, as always, of our partners. Colleagues committed to prepare the ground in ensuring not only the measure of impact, but also further impact of results, including in terms of market uptake and through synergies among different funding streams or tools. The communication team that has so far ensured our visibility in the digital sphere and today in the physical one, supporting the preparation of this excellent conference and working hard to ensure across the whole program the respect of many of our key drivers, including the geographical balance. I hope you will all enjoy. In terms of visibility, you could have already met the partnership in one of the at least 15 events around Europe and the regional basins we took part to, including Mission Ocean national events, the launch of the Black Sea Implementation Plan at the European Parliament, the European Maritime Days, and Digital Ocean Forum. If not, let us meet in future ones, such as the upcoming final event of the Blue Bio Co-Fund Eranet, our H2020 legacy, at least one, and the upcoming UN Decade of Ocean Science Conference. And last but not least, the members, I can see our achievements through the eyes of members of our guidance group, the steering committee, embracing countries, representative, and the European Commission, a comfortable cabin to exchange praxis across Europe and beyond. The Executive Committee and the representative of the General Assembly under the attentive lead of our captains, the Chair and Vice Chair, ensuring the smooth governance of the whole partnership. The tireless Secretariat, the Brussels office, and the Joint Call Secretariat. All these was achieved by member countries and the European Commission together in just over a year. We are reaching a turning point, though, signaled by a yellow buoy just a few miles ahead of us. Where are we going? We planned action through which we believe we will add further value, strengthening the European research area and creating more critical mass to support the autonomy of the European Union. Countries will align national, thematic, and also monitoring programs. They will share research infrastructure through open calls for transnational access. A number of research infrastructure providers are ready for this regatta. The partnership will activate clusters of thematic and regional projects supported via different programs and Horizon Europe calls. Furthermore, we will keep enhancing our core business of issuing every year a joint call for research and innovation proposal, as you will hear afterwards. Finally, and most importantly, we will continue to reinforce our strategy also by widening the consortium to other countries. We will soon be 29, as you can see from the map behind me. To regions, since we have to deliver solutions at the local scale, and to networks that can improve our attempt to work across disciplines. From time to time, we also need to correct our course due to rapid changes of wind power affecting the regular cruising speed. But we are well equipped and have the flexibility to adapt. A sailboat must be handled with care. We used to speak through fact, to capture signals from different actors. We have the due sensitivity to recognize our role as facilitators and connectors. It seems to me that the community is keen to keep growing. European and non-European countries are increasingly recognizing that together we can define how to transform the blue economy, thus affirming the need of a long-term framework to reach our ambitious objectives and become a sustainable ship. To conclude, for movies passionate, if you recall in Batman trilogies, The Dark Knight by Christopher Nolan, the character Two-Face advocates for people to become agents of chaos. We, on the contrary, are here to join our effort in becoming agents of change. Let's prepare the ropes to enter the next harbor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think that we have now started our journey, our voyage, and the time has come to actually set sails so that we continue. We're going to have a different ports of call because we're now going to cruise around the 19 projects that were part of the first joint transnational call. These projects have already been mentioned. John Bell highlighted some of them. We're going to run through them all in more detail, and to introduce the projects of this first call, I'd like to welcome Martin Norton, who's from the Foundation for Science and Technology in Portugal. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to all.
Yes.
Okay. So it is my pleasure to present you on behalf of the partnership the suite of projects that were funded under the first call organized by SWEP. This call was launched in February 13, exactly 1 year ago, and under the theme, The Way Forward, a Thriving Sustainable Blue Economy for a Brighter Future. The call has pooled national and regional financial resources of 37 ministries and funding organizations from 24 countries, which, combined with the European Union contribution, provided a total budget of around 15 million euros. So the first call aimed to support transnational research projects addressing the following priority areas: planning and managing sea uses at regional level, development of offshore marine multi-use infrastructures to support the blue economy, climate neutral, environmentally sustainable and resource efficient blue food and feed, green transition of blue food production, and finally, digital twins of the ocean, test use cases at EU sea basins and the Atlantic Ocean. And some of the requirements we really wanted to see included in the projects were that the projects should consider the several European sea basins, or at least to consider the impact of the projects on those sea basins. Projects were requested to bring impact-driven solutions or contributions moving towards a carbon-neutral blue economy. At regional level, projects were requested to show complementarities and synergies with the lighthouses of the mission Restore Our Oceans and Waters, mainly at the level of the valorization of their outcomes. Projects were strongly encouraged to engage with different types of stakeholders, industries, public administrations, associations, as well as civil society organizations. And also, a project consortium should include a minimum of 3 eligible partners requesting funds from independent legal entities of 3 countries participating in the call.
I'm sorry, can I ask you to be a bit closer to the mic? Because I think people online don't hear you very well.
Maybe it's just... So, looking now at some figures, we see that the total requested budget in these 19 selected projects was around 27 million euros. On average, each project requested a budget of around 1.4 million euros. The consortium have between 3 and 15 partners, with an average of 7 partners per consortium. Project partners come from 21 different countries, including EU member states, associated countries, and third countries. There are 5 countries that had no selected proposal, and we wish to see that change for the next call. There are 25 funding organizations with at least 1 selected proposals, and 21 funding organizations that had no recommended project. Now looking at the priority areas, that we have seen. So we see that all the 19 projects addressed all these 5 priority areas, but it is clear that the priority area 3 on blue feed and food has mobilized the strongest response with 12 of the 19 selected projects. So the other areas have 2 projects, and the green transition of blue food production has 1 project. Considering the sea basins, we see the majority of the proposals address more than 1 sea basin. The Mediterranean Sea, Atlantic Ocean, Baltic Sea, and North Sea are equally covered, and the Black Sea is only addressed in 2 proposals. Considering now the type of participants, we have in total 160 participants, whereas 19 are, of course, the coordinators. We have 14 self-funded partners. We have 7 subcontractants, and the other 120 are partners, regular partners, requesting funds. We have 89 participating organizations that have declared a public status, and 71 have declared private status, and among these we have 41 SMEs. Now looking at the gender distribution, we see that the gender distribution is balanced among the partners. However, among the coordinators we have 12 females and 7 males. Now looking at country distributions, we see Norway that stands out with 27 participants. followed by Italy. We have then Spain, Sweden, France, Turkey, Portugal, Germany, and Denmark with 10 to 12 participants. Denmark, Ireland, Poland with 7 participants, and the remaining countries with 4 or less participants. Regarding coordination, we have Norway leading with 8 coordinations, Italy with 4 coordinations, Spain, Sweden with 2 coordinations, and Ireland, France, and Germany with 1 coordination. And so now we will now look at the projects themselves, and we will have here today 5 researchers that will be telling us themselves about their own projects. But before we give the floor to them, we have other 14 projects that were selected for funding, and so I would like just to give you a very brief glimpse into these projects. And you also have the chance to go and visit the exhibition, the posters at the exhibition hall, where you can see, where you can also see for yourself, have more information. So, starting with the projects, the second project that we had on priority area 1, which is the planning and managing sea uses priority area, we have the Blue Eco project, which aims to improve the shipping and wind farm industry sustainability, assessing noise impacts on marine fauna and evaluating the efficiency of various mitigation acoustic measures to reduce noise levels. For the priority area 2 on offshore marine multi-use infrastructures, we have INSPIRE project, which aims to combine marine renewable energy constructions with hydrogen production to develop multi-use structures and materials to reduce, recycle, reuse while being resistant to extreme environmental conditions. And for the priority area 5, digital twin of the oceans, we have ArcFish projects, which aims to develop a pilot digital twin of the ocean platform, delivering new data, products, and services in support of sustainable Arctic fisheries. Okay, and we still have 11 projects to go from the blue food and feeds area. Aqua Up, which aims to investigate seaweed-modified functional compounds in aquatic feed to improve growth, immune response, and disease resistance in aquaculture. The Blue Boost project aims to demonstrate that co-culture of a wide range of low-trophic species with established species can boost current European aquaculture. The Blue BioBoost project aims for a sustainable economic development of macroalgae industry by a suitable selection of genotypes, by better exploiting genetic variation, and by actively involving stakeholders in creating a plan for future microalgae breeding in Europe. The Blue Waste project proposes a significant cut in the CO2 emissions of the food and feed sectors, creating synergies and exploiting opportunities to achieve environmental and health benefits via economic sustainability. The Clean Blue Feed project, ambitious to develop and use a low CO2 smart autonomous multi-platform system to monitor and forecast Galanos finmarchicus stock, which is a new sustainable climate-neutral bluefish feed for the growing of aquaculture industry. Foodimar aims to develop new industry-relevant solutions from fisheries and aquaculture side streams for climate-friendly, cost-effective, sustainable, and high-quality food market applications. 5 more to go. So it's good, we had many projects. The ReBlue project aims to explore new scalable food value chains from the large parts of the herrings or sprat catches that are currently discarded. Sea Future aims to contribute towards an integral valorization of seaweeds for the production of sustainable, high nutritional quality food products. The Fun Sea aims to enhance nutritional quality, safety, and functional properties of cultivated brown and green algae as food ingredients through development of new sustainable processing technologies and utilization of side streams and residual biomass from related industries. And the last two projects, the Shellfish Boost, which long-term goal is to mitigate the effects of the climate change on the bivalve production through genetic selection, selective breeding best practices for target species. And the Waste to Waste project aims to valorize post-harvest fish losses, showing potential applications in a circular economy and eco-friendly vision by developing protocols for sustainable exploitation of underused and or wasted marine resources. And with this long list, I finish, and I thank you all for your attention. And I would also like to tell you that more information on these projects is available on the website, on the news section. And as I said, you can also check out for more information at the posters that are exhibited in the hall. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marta. So indeed, as Marta announced, we're now going to stop at 5 ports of call for the continuation of our cruise this afternoon. And I will introduce each presenter in turn, but I will invite you, once you have done your presentation, to take a seat on the panel with me so that we can have an exchange with the audience afterwards. So let's come back to this connection to Slido that I mentioned earlier on so that you can ask your questions from our speakers. You go to your mobile phones and open slido.com or sly.do, either way works. And then you type the hashtag Blue Economy EU. You will be directly connected to our conference and you'll be able to type your questions your question that's going to be forwarded to us, and we will be able to take it and ask our speakers at the end of the various presentations that we're going to have. So I hope that's clear. Don't hesitate. It's, of course, much nicer to have an exchange with the audience. I also understand that there are several other projects beyond the 5 that are going to be on stage that are represented in the room. I think it would also be interesting for everybody to hear about these projects in relation to what our 5 presenters are going to say, or if you have questions and so on. I think that sort of dialogue would also be very interesting for everybody, so feel free to make a few comments or raise a couple of points in your Slido contribution. So this said, let's move on to the actual presentations. And I'd like to now introduce the representative of Aqua Balance, that is Natalia Möller, who's professor at the Western Norway University of Applied Sciences. Good afternoon. The mic back up. There we go. That's better.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening. It's my great pleasure to introduce today the Aqua Balance project. So this project looked on balancing economic, environmental, and social sustainability in the European aquaculture industry. First, I would like to introduce the background for the project. So as we all know, the aquaculture industry represents a very important actor in the blue economy. It accounts for about 20% of fish and shellfish supply in Europe, and it means that it's quite an important contributor to the increase in demand for blue food. But also, the aquaculture industry is an important economic actor, especially in the rural and coastal communities. It employs around 70,000 persons in 15,000 enterprises, mainly small businesses and micro-enterprises. So it's a highly crucial actor, and also in the recent years, it's experienced quite high profitability. However, also, as we have heard, the aquaculture industry has experienced a number of mounting problems. First of all, of course, environmental issue and ethical issue. For example, escape of fish, feed ingredients, use of alien species in aquaculture, diseases like salmon lice, and animal welfare. Also, what we have heard about already today, aquaculture industry has been heavily criticized for limited contribution to society. And for example, limited local job creation, ripple effects, and low tax contribution. So to address these important issues and to secure the sustainable future growth of aquaculture industry, it needs to reduce its negative environmental impact, but also to increase its positive societal impact. And the Aqua Balance project addresses this issue. The main goal of the project is to provide the aquaculture industry and its stakeholders with a wide range of new knowledge and evidence-based recommendations, so we can ensure the societal legitimacy of the industry, but also growing sustainability. In this project, we will elaborate on strategies and best practices for balancing economic, environment, and social sustainability. And we will have a pan-European perspective. We will address different geographical locations and different sea basins, so North Sea, Mediterranean Sea, and Atlantic Ocean. And in these different geographical locations, we will try to map the existing and promising solutions that can help to increase the sustainability of the aquaculture industry. So here's the list of the main scientific objectives that we aim to solve in the project. So first of all, we will identify barriers and drivers for the ongoing transition of the aquaculture industry. We will also investigate the dilemmas related to the balancing of social, environmental, and ethical issues that already I have mentioned before. And we will explore the role of policy for this transition. We will conduct the policy lab, and also will have constant dialogue with different stakeholders to generate the policy recommendations and the policy roadmap. We will also work with the industry itself, not only policymakers. We will provide recommendations to the industry how to develop sustainable business models for the aquaculture. We, in addition, look on the technological solutions and provide the assessment method for economic viability and environmental effects of the new technological solutions, because some of the new solutions can also pose additional environmental problems, such as high demand for energy. Also, we will look on upscaling pathways for new food solutions for reduced carbon footprint, so we can contribute to the increasing demand for blue food. We will provide knowledge also related to the societal legitimacy of the industry, so we will talk with consumers and investigate their preferences, and also we will create the communication tools for the industry so they can communicate efficiently to consumers, to citizens, their sustainability efforts. And finally, we will co-create the policy recommendations. So very shortly about the research work packages and different activities that we will have in the project. So in the first work package, we will look on aquaculture regions in Europe. We will do that through conducting 12 qualitative case studies in different European aquaculture hubs, and we will provide the taxonomy of the different business models that exist in these various locations. And the results, the findings will be presented through a series of research impact workshops for different stakeholders involved in aquaculture. In the second work package, we will look on aquaculture technology and supply chains. Here we provide the analysis of technology options. And again, we will provide the results of findings through a series of research impact workshops. In the third work package, we will look on the social legitimacy of the aquaculture industry. We will conduct a survey with 1,000 citizens in each country. We have 4 countries involved, so it will be 4,000 consumers in total. And based on the findings from this survey, we will create the toolkits for effective communication of the sustainability transition. And finally, in the last research work package, we will look on the policy mix. So here, as I already mentioned, we will have the policy lab conducted with the involvement of different types of stakeholders, and we will build based on this policy roadmap. So just to summarize the impacts of the project, so a result of all these activities that I mentioned, the aquaculture industry will get access to evidence-based approaches to assess and decide on the deployment of the innovative solutions for production processes and supply chain in terms of economic viability and environmental effects. Also, the aquaculture industry will be able to communicate effectively on its transition towards more sustainable practices, and that will help to increase societal legitimacy of aquaculture industry in the society. And finally, as I mentioned, we will not only address the industry, but also policymakers. So policy and decision makers, they will have a more comprehensive understanding of the complexity of this transition, and this understanding can help them to better support and regulate the aquaculture industry. So thank you very much for your attention, and here's contact details if you have more questions, and we also have a poster outside.
Thank you very much, Natalia, and please take a seat. So we're now going to move to the next project, which is DTO Track, and to present that project, I'd like to welcome Claudia Menezes Moreno, who's the Science Officer of the Flanders Marine Institute. Good afternoon, Claudia. Just, yes, the big green arrow.
All right. Hi, I just want to say first that I was not the first choice. We would have liked to have Ross McKeel or Sarah McLean from the Lochs Agency in Northern Ireland, as they are the project leads. However, they have to be okay with me as the data manager of the project to give a short presentation. So I will talk a little bit about the digital twin of the ocean, the animal tracking project, or the DTO Track project for shorts. The objective of the project is to map the movement and distribution of aquatic animals in the North Sea basin, and ultimately create a prototype of a digital twin of the North Sea area. So this project is based a lot on animal movement data, but how do scientists actually can track animals? So maybe it's easier for terrestrial environments to do this. They can use GPS attached to the animals to track their movements, but this type of technology is not available for the sea environment. Well, that's not entirely correct. You can use it for species that are frequently reaching the sea-air barrier, like sea turtles or whales. So one way that scientists that study animals that stay within the water column and in the bottom of the sea is by the usage of tags. For example, aquatic tags are becoming more and more popular. And in this type of technology, you insert the tag, for example, in the tuna here, or you can also attach it into the surface, the exoskeleton, of, for example, a lobster. And this type of technology relies on the presence of receivers that are located at sea. So, for example, here I created a map using the efforts of the European tracking community, of them uploading their data into the European Tracking Network database. And what the map is showing is dots where there is currently a receiver at sea. So in each of these dots in Europe, we can detect animals that have a tag on them. So how this technology works is that the tag will emit a signal that is detected by the receiver in the water, and in this way we can have data of an animal passing by this location at a specific date and time. If your animal is big enough, you can use other type of technologies, such as data storage tags, that in this case, this type of technology do not emit sound, but what they do is that they are equipped with sensors, so they're capable to detect temperature, pressure, acceleration, and light. And once the tag has been sent again to the researcher, he can use this data to model the movement of the animal. So animal movement is really is an essential ocean variable, but so far has not been included in any digital twin, which we want to solve with this project. So there's a lot of talks about digital twin of the ocean already. I had included a slide to explain what a digital twin is, but I don't know if now this slide is redundant, but in any case, a digital twin is just a virtual copy of an environment that lives within a computer. So this is not exclusive for the ocean ecosystem, but digital twins of the human brain and digital twins of whole cities like New York and Helsinki already exist or are in development. And this is such an important tool because it allowed us to tweak in the virtual side to be able to make predictions of how the real ecosystem will behave in scenarios of, for example, climate change, high precipitation, or so on. So by using this prediction, researchers and policymakers can make very sustained management and conservation decisions to conserve the ocean in the end. So the DTO Track goals are to coordinate the tracking efforts for highly migratory species within the North Sea basin, to map the movement of species and also of ocean developments such as wind farms also on the North Sea, and to the end create a prototype of the digital twin for this area. The consortium is composed of 8 institutes, and it covers the whole habitats and points of the North Sea, from Ireland to Norway to Germany to France. And it also takes advantage of other existing projects, European funded projects that are currently ongoing, like the North Track project that aims to create a Northeast Atlantic tracking network. So just put a lot of tags on highly migratory species. And the Straits project, which is a project that is adding infrastructure in key points of Europe. So it's adding acoustic receivers that I mentioned in the Turkish Straits, the Gibraltar Straits, the Celtic Sea, and in the Danish Straits. So we can have covered and are able to detect when animals come and enter European waters. And lastly, it also takes advantage of the project DTO Bioflow, which is the project that is trying to create data flows into the digital twin of the ocean specific for biological data. So in short, what we want to do with this project is to turn fish into zeros and ones to conserve in the North Sea habitat. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Claudia. Please take a seat. We'll now move to another project called Famos. And to present the project, I'd like to welcome Lorenzo Cappietti, who's an Associate Professor of Coastal Engineering at the University of Florence. Good afternoon to you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lorenzo Cappietti, and thank you, Florence, for having introduced me. I'm going to present you in 5 minutes the Famos project. Is this button?
Yes, no, the big one. Yeah.
Okay, so let's start with the introduction of the consortium. We have 4 partners. There are universities from Norway, from Poland, from Cyprus, and from Italy. And so these are the persons that had major role in preparing the proposal, and so I'm really proud to present what we have co-created all together in the Famos project. So the basic idea starts from the observation that has already been done by the director of the Brussels office of the FAO, that is, the world population is increasing very rapidly, and it is predicted that we are going to achieve 11 billion of inhabitants quite soon. So there are many important questions that are linked with this problem, and 2 of them are: is humanity ready to live in the ocean surface due to the lack of functional land? It's a perspective. And how do we create a sustainable, reliable, and socially acceptable multi-use offshore spaces? So we aim to try to propose or to start proposing an answer to these 2 fundamental questions. And so the artistic representation of the Famos idea is to propose something that is based on floating structures, because we propose to manage or to occupy offshore spaces that are fully exposed to very giant environmental loads, such as big waves that may impact in structure and, destroy everything. So how can we propose a reliable idea for occupying this space for human use as aquaculture or as, let me say, harvesting renewable energies and so on? So can we use a bottom-funded structure, or it is better to think about using a floating structure? In this respect, is it better using tensional legs, mooring lines, or slack mooring lines? So Famos aims to provide its answer to all these fundamental questions. At the level of the technical development, we are going to investigate innovative floating island concepts that can withstand extreme wave conditions that are typically of the 3 sea basins that are objective of the Famos project, that is Mediterranean Sea, North Sea, and the Baltic Sea. And so the team is going to even study the problem related to the climate change, and this is indeed linked again to the problem of which kind of structures are we going to study, and we say the floating structure. And so what's the climate change, and which are the implications of climate change in designing and such kind of structure for the future? And so the climate change and the change in terms of frequency of occurrence of extreme wave conditions, and even, sea level rise and so on. And the third aspect that is going to be studied in Famos is the social acceptance. So are we ready to think about our future in living in an ocean, in a floating island or something like that? What does it mean? And so the idea is going to be investigated in terms of what we call the theory of change, and this is in charge of the Poland partner that is going to develop a kind of virtual reality for presenting this idea to the wide audience and letting them to understand what we believe and what we propose for a reliable future in terms of floating structures and usable land as floating structures in open sea conditions. and so the social acceptance. And last but not least, it is my pleasure to congratulate with the Sustainable Economy Partnership, because we had a very good experience in applying for this project proposal, and this slide is mainly dedicated to encourage the new research group that are going to apply to a second call. We had a very good experience, and so all dates were fully respected, and so starting from the first, the development of the pre-proposal, that is quite straightforward, and it provides us a good opportunity for test our capability for developing or further developing the proposal in the full proposal. So the pre-proposal was approved, and we developed the full proposal, and all the deadlines were respected, so we had a very good experience. So I like to congratulate with the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership for their very great job, and I strongly encourage the new research group for applying in the second call. And that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please take a seat. The next project is called Medsy Plan, and it's going to be presented to us by Lisa Simone de Grunt, who is European Affairs Officer at the World Ocean Council. Good afternoon, Lisa.
Did you say the big green one?
Yes.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I will be presenting the Medsy Plan project, Data and Scenarios for a Sustainable Mediterranean Blue Economy. Medsy Plan will focus on future-proof maritime spatial planning, MSP, Medsy Plan, the need for advanced data, and an increased participation of maritime industry in the development of maritime spatial planning relevant scenarios. The project will have a dedicated multi-actor and cross-border approach to using MSP to deliver a sustainable Mediterranean blue economy. A few words about myself. My name is Lisa Simone de Grunt. I work for the World Ocean Council. My title is Director of Programs. The World Ocean Council is the global blue economy business and investment organization. We recently launched our headquarters in Barcelona, Spain, so we are really in the heart of the Mediterranean. And my personal background is in maritime spatial planning. Although MSP is advancing in Europe, the Mediterranean has seen MSP implementation only quite recently, and there's not a lot of information to be digested. But the acceleration of maritime activities is calling for a rapid development of tools to make sure that all of these maritime activities, both existing as well as potentially upcoming ones like floating platforms, can be made part of an ocean sustainability demand. So cross-border and transnational aspects of maritime activities and of environmental problems must be integrated into subsea basin scale MSP, and so the strength of Medsy Plan lies in its cross-border and multi-actor approach. So I have a quick overview of the project. You can read it here. We have 17 partners, including the subcontractors. Medsy Plan is all about transforming the way that we plan for the future of the Mediterranean Sea. We're not just gathering new data, we're really diving deep into stakeholder engagement, brainstorming scenarios, proposing sustainable solutions, and overall paving the way for a more sustainable blue economy. Maybe for those of you who are not so familiar, maritime spatial planning is a comprehensive process that organizes and coordinates various human activities taking place in marine and coastal areas. And what it does is it aims to strike a balance between economic development, environmental considerations, and social well-being. So for instance, by mapping out specific zones for specific uses, you can try and ensure a sustainable and efficient utilization of our shared marine space. As you can see, the 17 project partners are a real mix. We have academia, like universities, but also maritime clusters, maritime institutes, as well as some planning agencies and companies with real technical expertise. So let's talk a little bit about the challenges that Medsy Plan will be addressing. Maritime spatial planning in the Mediterranean faces challenges in addressing the cross-border impacts of both environmental problems as well as anthropogenic activities. There's often a lack of transparency in terms of the data that is used to create maritime spatial plans, and maritime spatial planners often don't have good data or good enough data to create these plans. It's also sometimes difficult to engage maritime industries in various stages of the MSP process. So all of these different challenges, they stem from knowledge gaps, but also from issues relating to accessing quality data and then transforming this data into real information that you can use as a planner to create a maritime spatial plan. So all of these things really highlight the need for improved MSP practices across the Mediterranean. To tackle these challenges, we're making use of a problem-solution framework called the Ecosystem-Based Management System, the EBMS, because our goal is to create transparent and cohesive MSP processes to increase maritime inclusion in MSP and ultimately to achieve a sustainable Mediterranean blue economy that has positive societal and environmental impacts. Maybe a little bit about the ecosystem-based management system. It is a stepwise process combining environmental quality and risk management system theory with the principles of the ecosystem approach. At the regional seas level, the transboundary nature of many marine environmental problems and anthropogenic activities calls for holistic MSP. This requires an active dialogue between MSP planners, scientists, and various stakeholders to ensure that there's a continuous feedback loop of knowledge as the MSP process develops. Medsy Plan will focus on new methods of data collection, including nature-based solutions, the role of maritime industry in collecting and sharing data, as well as intensive stakeholder engagement in the development of scenarios for MSP. We will develop scenarios for the next 10 to 50 years, meaning we will use the collected input from the diverse stakeholders as well as the new data sources to assess what the future may look like in several subsea basins of the Mediterranean.
Point towards there.
Okay. Oh. Okay, well, it says project structure and methodology. So maybe taking a quick look at how the project is structured, we will have 6 work packages. I've listed them here. Maybe just to highlight some of our core activities, we will organize collaborative meetings with industry stakeholders, MSP planners, and scientists, so actively gathering input and feedback on the scenarios to really ensure that they reflect different perspectives and different needs. The pilot Smart Ocean, Smart Industries program will focus on the active involvement of maritime industries in data collection efforts from their seagoing vessels and really encouraging them to share this data with maritime spatial planners. The project will also design and deploy an innovative floating data buoy, which will be a crucial instrument in gathering real-time environmental data relevant to wind energy projects. Last but not least, let me just highlight that we will also include nature-based solutions in our project, specifically dealing with habitat restoration and monitoring then their effectiveness to be included in MSP and scenarios. Then for my next slide, business in nature, Medsy Plan will adapt something new and innovative that is called business in nature approach, which will increase the participation of maritime industries in maritime spatial planning. It's a concept that emphasizes the integration of sustainability and environmental considerations in business operations and business processes. So it's really promoting the idea that businesses should not only be profitable, but that they should also have positive contributions to environmental conservation, social well-being, and ecosystem health. So really perfectly aligning with the objectives of MSP and the sustainable blue economy. As I wrap up, I would just like to reiterate briefly the project objectives and what we are setting out to achieve with Medsy Plan. We aim to enhance stakeholder engagement, to promote sustainable solutions, and to advance transparency in MSP processes. Throughout our project, we will develop innovative tools, implement scenarios, and foster stakeholder collaboration, setting the stage for impactful progress in the blue economy in the Mediterranean region. We invite you to engage with our project, so do please keep an eye out on the World Ocean Council website and social media, because we will be launching the project in the coming months. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Please have a seat. Go ahead. So the last project we're going to dive into as part of this tour of project representations here today is Sea Refinery. And to introduce that project, I'd like to invite Zeynep Setesioglu Gurol to present. So please, Zeynep. And Zeynep, before I forget, is Associate Professor at the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It is so nice to be here to hear the other projects and to dream and think about the future collaborations. Today I will talk about the Sea Refinery.
The big arrow. Yes.
Okay. We are actually on the average, as far as I understand. We have the 8 partners in this project, and the average was the 7 point somethings. This is what I remember. I'm representing the KTH and the coordinator of this project from Sweden. We have the 3 partners from Turkey, mostly Istanbul Technical University, Istanbul Bilgi University, and Istanbul University. We have the 2 partners from the Italy, Italian National Research Council and Ital Biotech, a company. In addition of this, we have the partners from Spain, University of Basque Country, and also we have another partner from Norway, NMBU. Refinery concept is not new, but the biorefinery concept, something that we try to integrate to the circular cities. So our main motivation in this project to implement this approach to the marine sources. So as far as to use the secondary marine sources and the waste from the marine sources to integrate to the biorefinery concept and to produce the new products, mostly blue food and blue fit. This is our aim, to establish a new production process, biorefinery concept, but to use not the primary sources from the marine environment, mostly the secondary sources, and also waste streams from the marine environments. And we want to produce the blue food, but also blue packaging. So we can call this project ecocentric, definitely transnational, multidisciplinary, innovative, and smart. This is actually the highlights of the project. So we targeted 5 sea basins, the North Sea, Atlantic Ocean, Baltic Sea, Black Sea, and the Mediterranean Sea. We will use this 8 marine-based secondary sources to extract 11 high-value added compounds. We will use these 11 high-value compounds to produce blue food and also food packaging materials. We will implement 2 connected platforms, production platforms. Also, we will use 2 different production platforms for the blue fit production. At the end, we aim 9 different end products. And also, we will have a complementary assessment all of these processes in terms of the social, environmental, and economical aspects. This is the overall process, what we will do. So let's start from the left side, blue food pathway. We will use the invasive species and the waste red algae and also waste seaweed to extract different compounds. There are the carrageenan, collagen, sodium alginate, bioactive compounds. It is really variable. And we will use this compound to produce blue food. We target 3 different food production, bread, cheese, and meat. And also, we want to produce the smart and active biopackaging using the same materials. What does it mean? Edible package we want to produce, so when you go and buy the blue food from the market, you don't need to create another trash, so you can eat the also package. Also, we want to produce the biosensors to show if there's any pathogen growth in the package, or if the expiring date is close or over, the color will change, and the consumer can see that it is usable or not. Apart from the blue food production, we also focus the blue fit production. Our partners from Norway, they will focus the aquaculture wastewater to produce the macroalgae, and these algae will be used as a fish feed. And at the KTH, we will implement a two-stage fermentation process from the fish waste, including the fish manure as well, to produce a single-cell protein, and this protein will be used as a fish feed. Of course, for these different production processes, we will have the social, environmental, and the economical assessment. These are innovation stages. We said there are 6 different innovations in this project. So as I mentioned, the food products only from the marine-based ingredients, edible coating and active biofilms from the marine sources. We will produce the biochar from the red algae, and this biochar will be used as a biosensor in the packaging, and also macroalgae production and the single-cell protein production for the fish feed. We have a very wide stakeholders. There are the public authorities, waste handling companies, wastewater treatment plants, supermarket chains from the different countries, fish and fish feed companies and associations, one food packaging company, one gastronomy company, one tourism company, and one NGO. This advisory board will be invited at the kickoff meeting and for the first information, and also they will be invited to our annual meetings. At the end of the project, we are planning to have a taste workshop in the gastronomy company to just try our blue foods at the end. Thank you so much. If you have any question, I would be happy also later by the email.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Zeynep. So we have already received a few questions, one a bit more general and some that are a bit more specific for some projects. And please do continue sending them. I think we will have time to take a couple more, so feel free to send them, of course, if you're following us online as well. Actually, let me take maybe the more specific questions first. And one of them is for you, Claudia, about DTO Track. It's a question from Karim from Catalonia. How can you ensure that all tags do communicate with the trackers correctly? And how do you manage so much hardware? And how do you validate your data sources? So really technical.
Shall I?
Yes, please do. Yeah,
hear me
go ahead.
with this? Is it working?
Yes, yes.
All right.
On, yeah.
So for the acoustic tags, there is an issue of, for example, too much environmental noise in the area where the receiver is deployed. But there are different set of quality control that can be applied to the data to make sure that you indeed have true detection. And these are related to, for example, the date of the release of the animal. So if you have a detection for a tag that is before you release your animal, you know that this is a false detection and you can exclude it from your data set. And in the European Tracking Network database, we try to flag this type of possible false detections. So once the researcher downloads the data from the system, they can see, okay, I will study the ones that are quality control flagged. So I know which one I should double check and exclude from my data. And I think there was 2 questions.
Yeah, the second part is how do you manage so much hardware, and how do you validate your data sources?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of work that happens just to be able to maintain the receivers in the water. Some of the institutes that are part of the European Tracking Network have their own funding to be able to continue doing this in the long term. But some institutes rely on European funding and funding for projects to keep their receivers on the water. So I don't know if that's the answer of the question. And then the validation of data is, as I mentioned before, through these quality control flags. but as a data manager, I can maybe link this person to people that know better than I do.
Okay, so if Karim is
Send me an
in the
email.
room, I don't know whether Karim is in the room. If you are, feel free to connect to Claudia over coffee. And if you're online, I'm sure you can find her somewhere and send her an email. So thank you very much, Claudia. Lorenzo, on the Famos project, is it connected with other knowledge institutions that study requirements for floating offshore wind turbines in particular?
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for the questions. Actually, the wind energy, as the wave energy, or even the solar energy, are the three different renewable energies that are of interest in Famos. But nevertheless, the topic is much wider than this. This is why we haven't yet established the interaction with the other institutions dealing with the specific wind energy, but indeed it is in the interest of the consortium starting interacting with these people for figuring out the issues they are facing and how their proposal can be framed in a wider proposal that we try to achieve, that is occupying, living and managing offshore areas fully exposed to very giant wave actions. And so we mainly deal with the topic of survivability of the structure instead of going to, in a very detailed focus in the harvesting or exploiting the usage of wind energy. So the attention is mainly at the wider scope of the proposal instead of to each single source of renewable energy.
Thank you. Natalia, yeah, if you can, exactly, because there's another two mics there, so we can, there should be enough for everybody. Natalia, in Aqua Balance, in your market survey, how do you ensure that the survey size of 1,000 people is actually truly representative of the market?
Yes. So how we can ensure it is that we will address different categories of consumers, citizens. So we will try to achieve a representative sample through addressing different income groups, different social groups, genders, age groups, and so on. So the sample will be representative of the population. Mm-hmm. So that's how we will ensure it. And usually, from my experience with the surveys, 1,000 people is a quite large sample, especially for the countries involved like Norway with just 5 million citizens, so that usually works very nicely.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Zeynep, on Sea Refinery, will you also assess the regulatory framework in the EU regarding the use of side streams? And when, I'm trying to make sense, when something categorizes as waste, maybe there are some barriers. So if you can clarify that.
I mean, the first thing that to make the assessment, first we want to evaluate our production process. So we want to try the 9 different products, but at the end, maybe we will be successful to 5 of them. So, but specifically for the waste streams, we will implement membrane separation in the first stage fermentation. So we believe that the no pathogen and the no toxic materials will be transferred to the second stage of the fermentation. So we will test also the quality of the products, but of course in the implementation stage, it should be defined by some regulations and the frameworks, but first we need to show it is doable or not. After that, I think it is the second stage. We should negotiate with the governments to use such a thing. So first we want to try everything in the lab scale to see it is doable or not. Mm-hmm.
And Lisa, we also have a question about Medsy Plan. Business in nature idea, the idea that you presented, are there any incentives or rewards, so carrots and sticks basically, to support the businesses financially when they have opportunities to do good for nature. What's the scheme there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to use the word altruistic, but of course businesses would want to be involved in maritime spatial planning processes in general because that is shaping the future of the seas. It is creating the space for their activities. In terms of financial incentives, I don't think that's necessarily the way to go. I think it's really more about businesses becoming involved in the planning for the space that they will be using and sharing with other activities and conservation.
We have, just so that you know, for those of you who have sent questions, we have received quite a few questions about the second call that is to come, but we have a presentation after the coffee break, and that's going to go into detail about that, so we're not going to raise the questions now, particularly since it's not really for our speakers in this particular panel to answer, but hopefully you will have your an answer to your question when we touch upon the second call in the coming presentation after the coffee break, so don't worry. I have also a more general question, actually, and any of you can answer, or all of you can answer. How should we enable the uptake of your projects, products, solutions, and so on in the industry and in society? How can we do so? I mean, there are some very tangible results. There will be some very tangible results because you're still at the beginning of the process. So how can we ensure that, you know, the outcome of the project is picked up? You're nodding, Natalia, so clearly you have already an answer.
Yes, to some degree, I guess. Now, through the whole project duration, we will have very extensive engagement of different stakeholders. So we will engage both with industry actors, but also with policymakers and with the citizens, the society at large. So we believe that through this engagement process and the multiple research impact workshops and also policy lab at the end of the project, we will manage to make the results relevant to the stakeholders and also to make them interested in implementing the suggestions and recommendations that we develop. So I think the way is to have this co-creation process during the whole project.
Mm-hmm. Would somebody else like to come in? Yes, Claudia?
Yeah, so from our project, the result is very tangible. It will be a prototype of the digital twin of the ocean of the North Sea. So in this case, we will develop a visual tool that industry and the public can use. And we are also planning to include them in the later phases where we can ask for their feedback to improve the application. So I think in our case that is very straightforward, as in we will present you with this application that allows you to visualize movement of animals and other variables in the North Sea. So yeah.
Lorenzo?
And from the technological point of view, it's worth to highlight that Famos is a project with a quite low technology readiness level, and the plan is to achieve a technology readiness level number 4. That is to say, we are going to build a scale model of the idea, or at least of components of the main idea, and so this is the way in which we can prove the technology, but in a laboratory scale model or even in numerical modeling. And moreover, we have faced this issue. In order to provide a more tangible impact in the society, we had a specific work package that mainly aims to involve the wider audience and stakeholders and presenting them the idea by using the virtual reality. So as if the model is built, but in a virtual system. That's the way in which we try to cope with the limit of developing technology at a very low readiness level.
Mm-hmm. Lisa?
Yeah, I think for us, for maritime spatial planning, perhaps it was not so clear in my presentation, but we will also, of course, have some really tangible outcomes that will be really useful for maritime spatial planners after 2 years, 3 years of our project, such as decision-making support tools. We're also going to be able to experiment with a digital twin for maritime spatial planning, although it is not the core of our project. So there hopefully will be some tools that we can give to maritime spatial planners to use in the future.
Zeynep, would you like to add anything?
Yes, because I mean, I'm in a sector that the most of the waste I'm handling. So I think, I mean, my colleagues answers very well. I mean, that the technology readiness level and many things is crucial issues. But I think this question also should be asked to the industries, how much they can be honest to implement the new technologies and the sustainable technologies. Even the capital is not a problem for them, or if it is a problem for them. So apart from the economical evaluation, because their first question, what is the profit to me? Also, the industries should think about the sustainability issues seriously and honestly. And even if they lose their profits, they should replace some of the materials for the renewable ones. This is, I think, the questions should be answered by the industries more than the researchers, because our old performance was to just really increase the sustainability issue in the production in terms of the products.
Thank you. I have received another couple of more specific questions. So back to you, Claudia, regarding DTO. It's actually a very interesting question, not that the others weren't, but this is sort of very specific. What's the end of life for your sensors? Do you retrieve them, or do they become marine litter?
Well, some of them may become marine litter, but it depends on the type of tags. So, for example, acoustic tags, the ones that just transmit an acoustic noise that is recognized by the receivers, they can have a lifetime like from 1 to 10 years. So it depends on the type of tag itself, but also on the species that you're studying, because the more memory and lifetime that the tag can have, the bigger it is. So if you're studying small species like salmon smolts or other smaller species, you may have to use one tag that lasts for 1 or 2 years. And for the other type of tags, you do rely on the tags either resurfacing or being found in beaches and returned to the researchers. But I know that, for example, in the last project that was done about the data storage tags at Bliss, maybe they tagged 30 individuals of species and they only recovered like 10. So the rest, the other 20 do become marine litter.
Okay, the reason why I was saying that was quite an interesting question is because it's a question that has grown in Slido and has generated quite a lot of interest from various people in the audience, so that is why. We also have another question to you, Zeynep, from Marloes Kraan, who's one of our speakers later on in the program. Would it be possible to make use of the discards from fisheries landed under the landing obligation?
Could you please repeat?
Yeah, would it be possible to make use of the discards from fisheries under the landing obligations?
It is too hard question, and I'm not sure that I'm capable to answer.
Okay, maybe you can have a one-on-one with Marloes later on.
Yeah.
She's in the audience, so
yeah, sure.
she'll be able to touch base with you. We also have, I mentioned a comment earlier on from someone, and it is possibly something that could be considered in the second call for partnership, but it's a reaction from Ben Sturgeon, who says, I do not feel that animal welfare is considered in any project or in the sustainability agenda. This is a serious omission that raises questions about the validity of the project. So that's maybe something that can be discussed over coffee with some of the participants. And as I said, also that can maybe will be considered in the second call, since I understand there are going to be more than 19 projects involved. So let's see what comes up in these new projects. a more general question that really cuts across the 5 projects that we have here. No, maybe not. I'm trying to run through the questions that we get to make sure I cover as much ground as possible. For you again, Zeynep, have you taken into account the acceptance by people of food produced in this way when you presented? And it's true, he says that some of the unnatural plans and projects face resistance quite often. So have you inquired about that? And that's a question from Andrea Crino at the Politecnico di Torino.
In one of our work packages, we also including the social acceptance. So our partners from Italy, Italbiotech, will make assessment about the surveys. Also, we have the grocery chain companies. We want to discuss with them face to face which kind of the products their consumers could accept or not. And also in the last stage, as I mentioned during the presentation, we will make a test workshop also to see at least, that the partners and our closed environments we could invite to this workshop, how they feel about to consume such a product. So it will be a survey also during that workshop. So yeah, it is another process, and it is really another challenge that we could face.
Thank you very much. I think this concludes our discussion on these 5 original projects. So thank you very much for your questions and contributions. We will now break for coffee. Now, we had promised art, and unfortunately, due to technical issues, we were not able to bring art into the museum, which seems a little bit of a paradox, but that's the way things were. So maybe you will see something tonight. Maybe we'll get some art tonight around the cocktail, but I'll come back to that. In the meantime, you still have lots of things to look at, because as highlighted by Marta earlier on, we do have a poster exhibition that presents some of these projects as well as other projects that were part of the first call. They are in the first part of the hall, so you're more than welcome to grab a coffee on your way and go and have a look at the exhibition. We will resume here at 4 p.m. So 4 o'clock, please, back in your seats so that we have the second part. Thank you very much, and a round of applause for our speakers. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So please go back to your seats, but only for a few seconds. I'll explain what we're planning. But I need you all in the room first. So, we would like to take a family picture. And the best way to do this is for our photographer to come here on stage so that she has a view over the whole room. We're going to ask you one thing. Could you please stand up and move to the middle of the row, only for the duration of the picture, because you're so scattered around the room that we're not going to have everybody. So please stand up, stay in your row, and move towards the middle of the room. Those of you who are standing behind the two cameras, it's probably better if you stand on both sides of the camera. Not behind the cameras, otherwise we don't see you. Exactly. Very good move. The gentleman with the green sweater. That was good, because otherwise we couldn't see you from there. So please move to the middle of the room, and our photographer is going to get going. So there you go.
Okay, look at me. Try not to hide the person behind.
Come on, just a second. There's still a couple of people coming. So, yeah, we're asking you, sorry, for those who just came in, please move to the middle of the room. We're taking a family picture, so.
On my three, you keep your eyes open. Okay?
Thank you very much for your cooperation. I'm turning to Torsten. I suppose the photographs will be available on the website. Very good. So everybody can have a look and download the pictures afterwards. That's always, you know, the fun part after an event. Have a look at the gallery. Where am I? Oh my God, I'm eating a cake. I didn't like that picture of me. So there you are. You will be able to look at all the photographs of the event. So we're now going to move on, and after going through the first series of projects from the first call, we can now start considering the next step. And as I said earlier, we have already received quite a few questions about the second call, the upcoming call. So to give us all the details and all the background about the upcoming call, I would like to invite Maurice Heralf, who's a department officer at the National Research Agency in France. Good afternoon.
Thank you. I'm Maurice Herald. I'm belonging in the National Research Agency for France, and we are working also with our colleagues from the foundations from Azores, Portugal, and we are both in charge of the call in sustainable blue economy, the first one, the second one. And I will address the point on the second call. The second call, it's about each word have been clearly well chosen by all the countries and also by the Commission services. Unified path to climate neutral, sustainable, resilient blue economy, engaging civil society, academia, policy and industry. We'll discuss about involvement of industry in the call, you see. The second call calendar, 2 weeks ago, we launched the call. You have, for the applicants, you have up to the 10th of April to prepare your pre-proposals. And after, we will follow the normal process of step 1 and step 2. And for the final selection of proposals in March 2025, and the kickoff of the project next year at the summer. This call is, we have 40 million euros, including the Commission top-up, participations of 26 countries with 38 funders. And you see that we have quite the same countries, but we have in addition Greece and Tunisia, which are joining now the call. But we have still Brazil, we have still all the members country and the associated countries. What is different? We try to be more precise about the geographical differences, and what is mandatory now, it's to have a minimum of 2 European sea basins, because we don't want to concentrate only on Black Sea or only on Baltic Sea, but to have a larger impact. And the project have to think about how they can disseminate their output, their outcomes to the various basins. The requirements, clearly that you understood quite well that the SPEP consortium is impact-driven, and we want to contribute to the transformation of the blue economy. And for that, we need to have the different partners involved since the beginning of the project. It's what is well described in the impact pathway document, where that we are put in annex of the call. And it means that private partners, but not only private partners, relevant stakeholders, it could be NGO, it could be policymakers, it could be regional or national. And it's important also to describe how your proposals will be related to the different EU policies. John Bell talked and Elisabetta talked about the arm of the Green Deal, you see. But you have to say not only words, but how you want to improve and to be a component of this project. Each consortium must be composed of at least 3 different countries, and with two different countries from the Commission, from the European Union, sorry. What is a bit different between the first call and the second call? First, about digital twin. Again, we don't want to focus digital twin on global ocean, but to focus it on regional sub-basin scale. And you see that quite well. There are some other initiatives which are more working at the European scale or at the global scale. Develop, which is new, it's a development. The first call was only a lot in emphasis about data and obtain data. And this one is also improving the new methods, technology, and sensors to fill data gaps. You see? It means that you could propose some innovative technologies which were, for example, including in Martera previous call. And it's important also to be well connected to all the other DTO projects which are working on the same topics or on the same area than you. And you must be well describe the connection with the lighthouse of the mission, which are located in the same place, and also for the data with EMONNet, or for digital twin ocean with the DTO initiative, for example, but you have also some other initiatives. The blue economy sectors and the development of marine multi-use infrastructures is promoting more than the first call nature-based solution, and always mutual environmental impact, recycling, reduction of this footprint, and interactions between the different uses of the space. And also multi-use infrastructures is always in the domain, mainly using, for example, wind farms, hydrogen productions, and some other energy domain, like wave or currents. Planning and managing CUs at the regional level, MSP. Again, we emphasize how we can move from regional or national MSP plan to a regional one with negotiations and between the different users. And I don't know who, but somebody talked about the new regulations about marine protected areas, and it must be involved, and we have a lack of project about biodiversity conservation, marine protected areas in that domain. It's quite important, and also in relation with environmental scenario. What will be the impact of climate change in the next 30 or 50 years with some Foresight studies, and about the consequences about sea level rise, consequences about erosions, and the different impact for coastal zones, including tourism. And again, the same part, but development of innovative decision support tools, which could be also developed with the stakeholders, because they can indicate what are their needs, what are their requests, and how you can transmit the tools which could be developed inside the project to the decision makers. And at the end, Blue Bioresources, it's grouping the two last intervention area which have been presented, the one on fisheries, aquaculture, and marine biotechnology. And for fisheries, it's to develop selective fishing gears, again, to reduce environmental impact, to reduce impact on fishes, but also impact on benthos, for example. Try to modify the fishing techniques and try to have a less detrimental impact, and propose use of new resources like planktonic resources, and focus also on small-scale fisheries. It was a request of different countries, and an attention like the first call about the seaweed, about the algae. And a special attention must be on migratory fish stocks, which are moving from one region to another one, and how you can propose to manage them sustainability, with sustainable use. Aquaculture, food safety and challenge, and recirculation are the new challenge, you see. It's with always also the idea to decrease the footprint, and in relation with if we can find some species from aquaculture which are in the low trophic chain, it will be very useful. And at the end, marine biotechnology, it's all the bio-based molecules or products would be eligible for post-harvest to process technology for conservation of marine products. This call is co-branded by our colleagues of IOC UNESCO. It means that it's supported, and in the call text you have all the conditions of IOC to support this call. What does it mean for the applicants? It means that the selected funding research project will be endorsed as an Ocean Decade project. It means that they will be more visible, they will have to participate to different IOC and UN symposiums and workshops where they are hoping to do large progress in the Sustainable Goal Development objectives. Next Thursday, Thanks, Wendy. Next Thursday, we have the 15th February, we have a webinar, and for the applicants, during 2 hours and a half, we will answer to your questions, and with our colleague from FRCT and colleagues from ANR. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think that probably answers most of the questions you had about the upcoming second call, but Maurice will be around anyway for the rest of the conference, right? So you can directly engage with him over drinks tonight or over coffee first thing tomorrow morning to discuss that a little bit further. We will now look at the Foresight panels. We have 4 Foresight panels coming up. We have 1 today and 3 more tomorrow. And I would like to invite our next speaker to present those Foresight panels, Julie Olivier, who is Science Policy Officer at the Research Center Jülich in Germany. And Julie was quite actively involved in the 3 Foresight workshops that took place around the partnership. So she will report on the discussions and on the outcome of those workshops. So Julie, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to introduce the panels. These panels are mirroring the Foresight and backcasting workshops organized last year, thanks to several partners, and on the responsibility of the German project management Jülich. So it's based on my involvement in these workshops, aimed at charting the course towards a sustainable blue economy, that I would like to give you a taste of the discussion that awaits us this afternoon and tomorrow. But before inviting you to look ahead, I would like to briefly take you back in time. Let's sail back to 1 year ago, when we were about to embark on our journey. We'll imagine a boat like this one, but for those of you who sail, or if you happen to read pirate bedtime stories like I do, and all of you, please feel free to imagine the vessel you want to embark on. So, we have the crew, the ship, and the destination. Yes, we are about to move in uncharted waters. And you know, it's never plain sailing. So while embarking on the ship and making sure that we have all the fittings, all the supplies, all the navigational instruments to sail the high seas, we're also thinking, how can we speed up even when there is no wind? How can we maintain the course and ensure precise directionality? With this strategic thinking, we are looking for enablers and actions to maximize the impact of our operation. Obviously, once we're at sea, we won't be able to do much more than mending and repairing. But every 2 years, we will put into port under Horizon Europe to embark new crew, bunker fuel and supplies, and rechart our course. Which means that if we foresee challenges now, we can prepare, transform them into opportunities, and strengthen our structure at the next port. So here we are. As we are scanning the horizon, 3 focal points emerge: social and human sciences, innovative governance, and ocean observation. These are areas where we have been asked, are you doing enough? Are you doing what needs to be done? And the answers to these questions can help us update our strategic research and innovation agenda. What do the 3 of them have in common? In a word, partnership. How do we ensure there is no dividing wall between marine and social sciences when it comes to finding innovative solutions to shape the future and create impact? How and with whom do we partner up along the ocean observation information chain to help achieve sustained knowledge-based decision-making and predictability for industries operating on the coast, seas, and ocean? And finally, what innovative governance can we use to improve collaboration, in order to achieve the transformation that we need. And so last year we organized workshops, following our co-design approach of involving civil society, government, research and the private sector, as well as our communities from the Atlantic Ocean, Baltic, Black, Mediterranean and North Seas. We invited experts to provide input and recommendations. Let's start with innovative governance. How do we foster collective action scenarios to ensure that we reach destination? With case studies on maritime spatial planning, aquaculture licenses, market uptake through science-industry collaboration, opportunities were identified to overcome fragmentation and ensure transparency. It was demonstrated that evidence-based decision-making is challenged by necessary trade-offs between political urgency, knowledge teams, and stakeholder management. Now, how can the partnership be leveraged? From the outset, it is designed to integrate all sectors and engage with the industry, including SMEs, startups, and investors, in order to create this holistic innovation ecosystem and deliver solutions for the benefit of all. To quote the experts, collaboration, the SPEP is a fantastic example of that. So, key messages were on the need to rethink our tools rather than multiply them. And to quote our experts again, we do not need new policies, we need better ways of implementing them, robust solutions to navigate through fragmented ocean governance. The concept of the blue donut was advanced to be used as a compass, and besides incentives to align priorities, points were made to collaborate on monitoring, secure standards as drivers of competitive innovation, develop communities of practice, and seek dialogue with other partnerships to interact more at the sea-land interface, which aligns with our countries promoting resilient coastal communities and business. But to build coastal resilience, more knowledge is needed, and that leads us to our second workshop on ocean observation. From data production, collection, and use with the adequate technologies, end-user applications, and digital twins of the ocean, ocean observation is a crowded field. For the partnership, there are two main questions. How can ocean observation support a sustainable blue economy? And vice versa, what opportunities does the blue economy offer to enhance ocean observing? Our experts pointed out to the needs for more data, downscaling where it is needed, specific data sets, better data. The era of ocean knowledge has just begun. There are still various gaps. For the effective management of marine protected areas or in the deep ocean, and for sustainable fisheries. And obviously, as isolated data is hardly of any use, a pressing matter is how to sustain ocean observing. So following input from Eurogoose, Eurosea, DTO, the OECD, Mercator, EmoteNet, Copernicus, mutual inspiration was promoted through cases on supercomputing, coastal observation, nature-based solutions, monitoring for MSP and for good environmental status. Recommendations included tackling challenges on technology and business models, among others by unlocking risk financing and promoting pre-commercial procurement. A number of relevant questions were discussed. Can the SPEP support a European ocean observing system? And if so, how? Can the SPEP act as a marketplace for digital twins of ocean? What is certain, as you've already heard today, is that the partnership will continue moving forward. Finally, good science is built on hard data, but also on evidence provided by social and human sciences. And this leads us to our third workshop, which addresses the social, human, and legal perspectives. For instance, when 70% of patents for marine genes belong to only 3 countries, how do we ensure a just and inclusive blue economy? Our experts shared examples on the roles of anthropologists in fish farming, of ethics experts in relation to genome editing, and of philosophers in facilitating the cross-fertilization of sciences. It was demonstrated that for the transition of coastal tourism, a specific social framing is required. That for a sustainable management of marine space, we need a paradigm shift beyond states. With the Black Sea, the case was made for science diplomacy, and with seafarers through COVID, for a human rights-based approach. Integrating the social, human, and legal perspectives is clearly necessary if we want to leave no one behind. So the workshop concluding on two main recommendations. First, to involve social and human sciences where it fits the purpose, and then to facilitate a transdisciplinary approach throughout the partnership's entire architecture. So, talking about bridging the gap between science and society, we have tomorrow a fourth panel that I have not mentioned yet on culture. No, it has not been part of our Foresight exercise, but yes, it could have been. Because as my dear colleagues from TPI Oceans so nicely put it, art is the next frontier. Whether we want it or not, it offers emotions that have the power to guide our decisions on our blue planet. So to conclude, I would just like to wish the panelists and all of you, passengers and crew, a fruitful discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Julie. So you've definitely very clearly outlined what lies ahead with the next panel, but also for the 3 panels that are coming up tomorrow. And you know that we do have a lot on our plate, but we've also got a lot of very interesting topics to discuss with our various panelists. And we will start with the first Foresight panel, which will focus on ocean observation in the blue economy. I'd like to remind you before we kick off this panel that you're still very welcome to send your questions via Slido, whether you're in the room or online. Hopefully we did not lose you over coffee break. You could have a coffee break at home and come back to your screen afterwards. So I hope you're still there. And so we will be expecting your comments and questions to our speakers as we go. So I'd like to now welcome to this panel Joaquin Tintore, who's director of the Balearic Islands Coastal Ocean Observing and Forecasting System. Where is Joaquin? You're there. Please come and join me. Rashid Nedjar, who's Chief Marketing Officer for Unseen Labs, and Dr. Marie-Hélène Rio, who's Ocean Application Scientist at the European Space Agency. So welcome to all 3 of you. Please take a seat, any seat you'd like, maybe in the middle, rather than spreading all the way around. It's a pleasure to have you with us. So I will turn to each of you in turn to ask you maybe a little more of a general question. Then I will invite you to also, throughout the discussion, bounce off each other's comments and ask each other questions, or, you know, it would be nice if we could have some sort of a dialogue in this panel. And of course, we'll be relying on you to raise the questions that you particularly want to ask. So, Joaquin, I'll start with you. You're specialized in physical oceanography, and you've put in place observation and forecast systems, and in fact, you're behind the creation of the SOCIB that I mentioned that you belong to. That's the Spanish acronym, I suppose. So, can you tell us a little more about your practices and how you think we could expand ocean observation?
Thanks very much. Thanks for the introduction. And yes, I'm really responsible for SOCIB, which stands for Balearic Islands Coastal Ocean Observing and Forecasting System. And what we are really doing at SOCIB is really providing observations and predictions and data and tools for decision support. Mm-hmm. So actually from the very beginning of SOCIB, we designed SOCIB with 3 drivers: scientific excellence, but also data and advice, and responding to society needs. And so at the end, the bottom line of my interest is really to be sure that through scientific excellence, we are able to respond to clear society needs. And one of the things which I have ended up understanding or clearly thinking is that we need more listening to society. We need scientists to really turn to society and stakeholders and really look more for the needs more than to try the scientists to sell our products to the stakeholders. And so that has been the philosophy of SOCIB in the last years, and that's what we are also right now planning to do in relation to the digital twins and the applications related to a different number of sectors in the Balearic Islands and in more general in the Mediterranean.
Okay, so how that really is how you plan to try and expand this whole approach to ocean observation by listening more.
The key issue I would say is, and the real challenge, and I think this is one slide which I have presented, SOCIB is really a research infrastructure, so we provide data, products and services for scientists and for society. Here on my left, what you have is the picture, the framework of what we do, ocean observation, and really the forecasting, which is tied to societal applications. And I want to emphasize the importance of data. Stakeholders need and want data, and our system, our scientific system, I would be more specific, is still not really considering sufficiently the relevance of data. So I think data management, data reliability are clear elements that we need to put on the table. And I just, in preparing this slide, I said ocean and coastal data at different scale, because we have to go from the coast, from the near shore and the beaches. I come from Mallorca, so you understand the beaches. So beaches, but to understand what happens on a beach, in many cases you have to go to a bay scale or the Mediterranean scale or the global Atlantic scale. So in the ocean, we need to cover the different scales, and we need to do that for knowledge, for innovation, to develop tools, and also to respond to policies. And that's basically what we are trying to do. And I will just finish emphasizing, yes, the relevance of data. Thanks.
Thank you. Rashid, Joaquin was talking about data. I mean, that's right up your alley, right? So can you tell us maybe a little more about what Unseen Labs do and how you approach some of the big challenges that lie ahead?
Yes, sure. First of all, thank you very much for your invitation to this first symposium. Unseen Labs is a European company based in France. We have built and we operate our own constellation of satellites to intercept the radio frequency signals emitted by vessels at sea. So when we talk about vessels at sea, we talk about cooperative vessels that are using the AAS system, automatic identification system, which is the most conventional maritime security monitoring system, especially for maritime shipping. But we detect also non-cooperative vessels not equipped with this system or that switch off this system to become invisible. We call them dark vessels. So yeah, that's what we do. We have an exclusive technology, and we have some examples of how it can be used typically. But we are very focused on, monitoring human activities at seas and to help also all the people concerned by maritime security, safety, and also environment better fight against illegal and undeclared activities at sea. This is our role, typically. So when we talk about human activities at sea, we know that we are all dependent on our maritime environment. We have simple examples. The oxygen that we breathe, 50% of this oxygen is produced annually by the oceans. Another example is in our pocket. We all use a smartphone or a connected device. We know that 99% of the global internet network pass through subsea cables. And another typical example is about the goods that we buy daily regarding the maritime shipping routes that carry 90% of all the goods that we buy, 90% in volume and 80% in value. So we are highly dependent on our maritime environment, and yet we know that some human activities might be harmful for our maritime environment. We think about pollution, degassing at sea typically, about smuggling, about piracy as well, trafficking of arms, drugs, or even, unfortunately, human beings. And we think also about illegal or undeclared fishing and overfishing. So I have just one example to show one of our applications. During a campaign that we carried out in the Indian Ocean, we have tracked a fishing vessel approaching the Indian Economic Exclusive Zone. So while approaching, we have observed that this vessel switched off its AES system. So the question is, why did it switch off its AES system to become invisible? Sometimes it is done for good reasons and sometimes for bad reasons. And the second question is, where did this vessel go during 42 hours of AES interruption? So with our satellites, we have tracked these vessels, and we have seen that it was inside the Indian EEZ during the second day, and we continued to track this vessel that went out the Indian EEZ on day 3, and we know that it met another fishing vessel from the same fleet, which is a reefer, high capacity, fishing vessel, most likely to transship the catch it made 2 days before inside the Indian EEZ. So with our data, we can help fill the gaps of conventional maritime security systems. And when we combine our data with other data sources like AES, but our customers like civil governments can also combine our data with VMS data, LRID data, coastal radar data, for instance. When we combine our data, we can analyze the behaviors of these vessels and better assess the risk of potential illegal or undeclared activities at sea. Of course, our technology can be applied, can have many other applications. We also can cover with our satellites any area of interest at sea in the world. So here you can see an example of a region, interesting region indeed, off the coast of Sri Lanka. It is an interesting region because of maritime trade routes from Europe, Middle East, and Asian country, and interesting also for fishing activities. We cover other kind of areas of interest, and especially areas where there are conflicts that can lead to the rise of maritime security of safety risks. We think about the Black Sea, about the Red Sea, or the South Sea of China. And we also serve other kind of customers, typically people in charge of strategic assets at sea, like offshore energy platforms or subsea cables as well. Any interruption of these infrastructures can lead to dramatical consequences. So they need to have the higher possible level of knowledge about the security around their assets of interest. So this gives you some examples about what we do, why we are doing that, how we do that, and so our, I would say, value is really to help all the people concerned by maritime security better identify and fight against illegal and undeclared activities at sea. That is our aim.
Thank you. Marie-Hélène, Rachid mentioned the role of the European Space Agency, but I mean, how does the agency intervene? What role does it play in ocean observation, and how do you use the data that you gather?
Okay, so thank you for having me tonight. Very happy to be here. Yes, so the European Space Agency operates and implements together with Medsat what is the most comprehensive Earth observation program in the world, led by Europe, so the Copernicus program. We have at the moment more than 14 satellites in operation, with many more in development that observe the Earth on a global and repetitive scale. And so this is a huge amount of information to inform any type of activities going up at sea. And in particular, so there are many activities at the European Space Agency. As we build the satellites, we operate. In my case, and why it's, I think, interesting for me to be here today, I'm part of the Green Solution Division in the European Space Agency, located in Italy. The establishment is ESRIN, because we deal about the exploitation of all this data, of Earth observation data. And in particular, the objective of the division where I work is really to pioneer new applications from the use of Earth observation data, new solutions for the public benefit, and in response to European or international environmental policies. So we have a number of, so I don't know if all of you are familiar with the European Space Agency and how it works, but typically how we do that to support and to promote this development of new solutions is that we issue calls for projects on different topics, asking for the exploitation of satellite data to develop these new solutions, new products. And it's particularly interesting for you here that to know that we are actually working on a new call for project that will be issued in a couple of weeks, really dedicated to the use of Earth observation data for a sustainable blue economy. So I will be available tonight and also tomorrow if you have any question on this. We will be targeting 4 topics in particular, so fisheries, aquaculture, that we have heard a lot about today, marine renewable energy, and tourism. So how can Earth observation support the development on those activities? And most importantly, as we are talking about sustainability, what Earth observation can do to make to assess the impact of these activities on the marine environment, and to be sure that blue economy operators comply with the regulation and the policies from the European Union or other.
I'll stay with you for a minute, because I'd be curious to know if you have any specific example you could share with us of cases where ocean observation has really, or the data you gathered from ocean observation has really made a difference. It's proven essential. Do you have an example in what you do?
Well, there are many ways that ocean observation can support blue economy activities. So, because from space we measure a huge number of parameters going from ocean currents, waves, temperature, sea level salinity, ocean color, which give us access to the water quality, eutrophication event, harmful algae bloom, whatever. So for each of the blue economy activities that we have heard today and other, there are some specific information that satellite data can bring. So I can give a few examples. For instance, in the last 2 years, we have been working on a project trying to improve the estimation of ocean currents from space, because actually we have many satellites in orbit, but none of them actually provide a specific measurement of the ocean currents, which is a crucial information for a lot of people working at seas or close to the sea. And so we have projects trying to merge the information from our satellite data to improve this information, and this is crucial for ship routing, for instance, or for maritime transport, for the ships to optimize their routing and minimize their gas emission, also to comply with the new regulation on gas emission, but also to better understand the interaction that exists between ocean currents and waves, because this is an area where you can have the creation of unexpected rogue waves or dangerous seas. So we have developed in this project cross-sea indexes, safe tools and indicators to allow maritime company to have a safer navigation. So this was a project dedicated to maritime transport, and but there are many others in other topics.
Mm-hmm. Rashid, do you also have, I mean, you showed us a couple of examples on your slide, but do you have maybe an example that would have a slightly different angle, not necessarily directly linked to ship observation, but more ocean observation, where the data that you gather has proven particularly useful?
Well, in fact, like Marie-Hélène, there are many possible examples, but we are not ourselves. I gave an example about IUU fishing typically, but ourselves, we are not specialists of fishing activities or the kind of topics that we can help our customers address, with our data. But still, we try to work with partners, customers, of course, but also with NGOs to provide them data that can help them better either understand or demonstrate that there are real issues in some areas. For example, we discuss and exchange a lot with organizations like Global Fishing Watch. They have access to other sources of data also, and we see together how we can complement the data they have access to maybe confirm some of the observation that they make from the data that they do already have and analyze. This is one example that we can give. Regarding assets of strategic assets at sea, we do some also tests about how our data could be used for a geofence objective, typically. But we cannot disclose this kind of information and talk about it publicly. So yeah, there are many applications that exist, and also the important thing is that our data, when it is combined with other sources of data, it really helps better understand the real situation in the field, what's going on. So it's, I think, a key point. that means that some of our customers, I think about civil governments, agencies like Coast Guards, like Customs or Marines, use our data with other sources that they have access to and we do not have access to, like VMS data or ERIT data, to make better measurement about the potential progression of risks in specific countries or, let's say, specific areas, maritime areas of interest. Among our customers, Mr. Wallace talked before about the Canadian EEZ, that is huge. The French EEZ is huge also, so we have many, I would say, countries that have huge EEZs to cover, so they have to target, specific areas where they should have to focus control means.
Yeah, a geopolitical role as well, as you showed earlier in your slide. Joachim, what about you? Maybe an example of how your observations, the data you gathered from your observations has made a difference or has had a particular significance?
Sure, a couple of quick examples. First one that comes from my friend from NOAA, Craig McLean, who referring to the relevance of the weather forecast, he's always mentioning, if you're happy about your forecast, thank oceanographers. And I think it's absolutely true. So if nowadays we have increased the forecast capability of our weather prediction, it's thanks to the Argo, in particular, a certain type of profilers, Argo profilers, and other multi-platform systems that exist in coastal areas and in open ocean, and that allow to increase this forecast capability. But there are many other applications that I can quickly mention related to ocean observation, search and rescue operations, oil spill response, marine heat waves and the impact on the ecosystem and in marine protected areas, beach safety in relation, for example, to the rip currents in beaches and the safety of swimmers, etc. I'd like to emphasize, though, that even if I insist on data, when I talk about data, in my mind, I always think about data. Data is everything. It's satellite data, it's in situ data, and it's model data. So it's really the challenge nowadays is really the integration of all those three elements. Okay? And I do believe that in Europe, we have at least two very good success stories, definitely. One is the Copernicus marine system, and the other one is EMODNET, and certainly the European Space Agency is certainly also to be mentioned. So I think we have excellent success stories, but really the real challenge is now to put those elements together. And I think this was an element which is actually related to the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership also, which is the EOS, the European Ocean Observing System, which is a key element, a very important need. And on this, I would finish just emphasizing that we have all the elements, but there's still one element that needs to be better coordinated at European level, and which is the element related to the data providers. The data providers are usually from the member states, and we are lacking still right now the coordination of all those member states and the different sets of data. And that's one of the reasons, definitely, why EOS is absolutely essential. Thanks.
Thank you. So a call to the Commission, maybe, on that one. But in any case, now, I mean, okay, this is what we have now. But let's look ahead for a minute, and let's look at maybe 10 years from now. Maybe I'll continue with you, Joaquin. What developments do you see happening in those next 10 years? How can we better meet those demands in terms of data? I mean, clearly you just mentioned a better coordination so that all the data can be, if not completely aggregated, at least informed to the right people. So how do you see the next 10 years bring in a change to help the transformation and the expansion of that blue economy?
I would say the real challenge is the integration of all those data. Right now, the system, the scientific system, we have to understand that most of the data we are talking are really based on scientific research. So they are data that originate from research projects. And we are using them to make decisions which are essential right now for Europe and worldwide. So we need to switch from research-based data funding to sustained funding for all those data. And the next thing is integration, as I mentioned. And in relation to all this, the key element also is the reliability of the data. We have to be much more careful. We have to devote much more resources also to the element of to the data reliability, the data quality. The data management is sometimes still too many times overlooked in the funding agencies, which are only specifically triggered to scientific issues, which is essential, but the data management nowadays is also a very relevant.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, one thing that stakeholders always will request data. And that's an evidence. Thank you.
Marie-Hélène, is that also your vision for the future, the need to really integrate that data better and to have really reliable data? Or maybe you have other...
Definitely integration is the key, and uncertainty and accuracy also. So it's the key today, it's the key for the future, because, for instance, for satellite data, you cannot do everything with satellite data. We are measuring the surface, we miss totally the vertical profile. We are measuring what happened today. Most users, they also want to have short-term to long-term prediction. So we really need to always integrate satellite data with in-situ measurements and assimilate all these, or using different approaches to use models to project into the future. So this is really key, I fully agree. What I would see also in 10 years from now, I was mentioning before, we have already in the Copernicus program more than 14 satellites flying, many more in preparation. We have our next generation of Sentinels, so these are the name of these satellites of the Copernicus program, which are already under development, and we are also preparing for Sentinel expansion, which means so the Sentinel next generation will really provide the continuity of what we have today, and this is something where Joachim was mentioning is key if we want to have to project into the future and to develop a sustainable blue economy. We need continuity of observation, and so the Copernicus system is very important for that, planning continuity of the Sentinels that are today operating, but also adding new capabilities. So we have 6 expansion missions under development that will provide additional data, providing higher resolution, higher accuracy, new parameters. And this is actually another challenge, because today we already have a huge amount of data. I think every day we distribute to the public more than 250 terabytes of data from this system. With additional satellites that will be flying 10 years from now, this will be even bigger. So how do we handle all this? How do we prepare the community, the user community, to handle this data, to use them, to understand and to prepare their system, to use them in their daily operations, so in particular here for the blue economy. So this has to be prepared now. And actually here we also have I think it's very interesting also for this community to know, we also have a call that just opened a few days ago and will run until early of April to prepare the community to use this next generation of missions. But the downstream user community, so the operators of the blue economy sector, for instance, how will they be able to use this data? They need to get prepared now, so it's important that we work together on that. And the last point also, because you were mentioning the fact that the users, they of course, they always need to know the accuracy of the data that we provide. I think there is a lot that is needed still in the interaction between the data providers and the end users, and there is a lot of need for capacity building in order to, again, prepare future end users to really make the best out of the huge amount of data that is coming.
Rashid, what about you? What kind of developments do you see happening also in the next 10 years so that we can better meet the demand in terms of data that's related to the transformation of the blue economy?
Well, in Europe, we invest in research and innovation, and that's really a good thing because it's important to support the emergence of new technologies. When we talk about new technologies, we talk about sensors, like Unseen Labs. We have a sensor into our satellites, also the creation of new data sources. So it's still a key. But another stage, important stage, from my perspective, is how can we upscale these technologies? That means how can we democratize the testing and usage of accessible data, so that it can also help improve, the data and the technology. Because I think that a technology that is used in real-life conditions can be improved. No technology, even if it's a disruptive technology that the one we brought less than 10 years ago, no technology is perfect. No technology fits all the demand and all the needs. So it still have to be improved, and I think the only way that it can be improved is that it is tested and used at large scale. So it's a key point for me. So I think that programs like third-party missions of ESA or Copernicus contributed missions are good programs also to democratize access to new sources of data so that it can be used by more people in more use cases, and also can be improved by the data providers because it is tested and used in the field. And I totally agree about integration that you mentioned, and also about the big challenge regarding the volume of data that is growing. And if we look at the key players internationally in terms of, data integration platforms, we see that, American companies are growing fast, in China also, in Japan. So we have also to build great champions in Europe and not let the lead to other countries, even if they are allies, of course. But we have to keep in mind that we are in a global competition as well.
And actually, this discussion we're having about what lies ahead in the next 10 years has triggered a question from the audience. What about the usefulness of AI in the 10 years to come? And Joaquin, clearly you were waiting for that one, so maybe I'll start with you.
Thanks very much. I just I had a note to mention that, because I've been talking about data, and data, we talk about data nowadays, we're talking about AI. So definitely this is going to be one of the big changes, and it's already happening actually. And together with data and AI, the other major change in response to your previous question to me is really autonomous platforms, ocean drones, autonomous platforms that are already nowadays AUVs, gliders, etc., or Argo profilers, monitoring the oceans continuously in a different way that we were used with ships. And ships also, we have a major, ships are needed, certainly, but we also need, as society, as European society, to advance towards net zero. And so ships have a problem, an intrinsic problem, and therefore I do certainly see a big change in ocean monitoring in the next 10 years with more and more autonomous platforms, ocean drones, different types of ocean drones on the open ocean and close to the coast also.
Anybody else would like to make a point about AI? Yes, Marie-Hélène?
Yes, for sure. Well, AI today and in the future is key, and we will keep on working and learning and making hopefully the best out of it. In the space domain, we are also starting to use it for onboard processing directly on the platform and not doing processing on the ground. Also to spare data storage and to downlink to the ground only what is already pre-processed. So this is one example, but of course today is everywhere and already in all the projects that we have. AI is always one component, and again, if we go back to the huge amount of data that we will have and that we already have, this is a huge opportunity. But of course, then it's again going to the importance of the quality of this data, and also of using maybe AI is a very generic term, and there are different different topics that needs to be further explored as which already exist, but as explainable AI, or going in our case where we handle amount of data to go for data-driven approach, but which are physically constrained. So trying to bring to a bit of hybrid approaches to our problems in order to make the best out of it. But yeah.
We have another question from from our audience, and that's really to all three of you. According to your experience, how closely or how remotely do observation results link to actual ocean management decisions? Because we have observation, we have data, and then, how do they come? Are they taken into consideration in ocean management decisions? You're nodding, Marie-Hélène, so maybe I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think that's, of course, what we aim at, no? Because that's when we are doing these new products, new tools, we want really them to be to the point and useful and be used. And I think that we were discussing earlier about the digital twin of the ocean. And here there is a key component, of course, which is a what-if scenario. I think that to really be able to answer to this question and to be even more useful, this kind of capability that will be developed in the frame of this digital twin of the ocean will be essential to be for policymaker, for decision maker to really make science-supported decision. But yeah, I'm sure Joachim has also his view on that.
Joachim?
Yes, thanks. Actually, it's true that we have many data, but actually, it's actually even more true that we almost never have the data that we are requested. Okay, so of course we have a problem, but this is facts. And the second fact is that because we never have the data at the right scale. Okay.
And sorry, when you say the data, you don't have the data that you requested. Is that the data you requested by people who make those decisions?
Yeah, the stakeholder. I mean, anybody from any sector, from beach erosion to aquaculture, etc. They need data at a specific location under some specific conditions, and it's very rare that we have those data available. And the second point is that we rarely have the data available because basically most of the data that we are talking are obtained, as I was saying before, through research funds. Yeah. And then the research funds are obtained to address, in most of the cases, process studies, studies at a specific process in a specific bay, for example, or in a specific area. And then once the project is finished, those data go to IMODNet, which is fine, or to Copernicus, etc. But the management or the stakeholder request sustained data in different locations. And that's what really is needed for the future, and that's really what is envisioned in terms of EOS and the coordination I was mentioning before in terms of the member states and the coordination from a European level that can really trigger this coordination and provide then the data at the right scale to the different stakeholders. And I do believe that Copernicus and IMODNet are a very good step forward, but it's not enough really, because the part of the data providers and the member states is still lacking.
Yes, Mayelen, and then I'll turn to Rashid.
On this, because yes, you're totally right, but it's not only about having exactly the right data with the right accuracy at the right frequency that is needed. So that's true for certain stakeholders. But then when we are talking about decision maker, it's also the fact that we need to translate what we see from this data and from the scientific analysis maybe that we do to an indicator, to a tool, to an added value product that will make sense for a decision maker to really take a decision. So there is also some more processing to be done, some more analysis to be done to be really useful to these stakeholders. And this, if we want to progress in this domain and for the sustainable blue economy topic that we are discussing today, we really need to make progress toward how we talk to the stakeholders, how we manage to talk the same language.
Rashid, still on that question of ocean management decisions.
Well, the first answer is that we would love to have access to other sources of data, and especially from civil governments. You know, we talked about VMS data, LRID data, because the more we can combine our data with other sources, the better we can give, you know, a good observation about what we see and a good detection about potential illegal or undeclared activities at sea. The fact is that when we talk about civil governments that we serve, we provide them data, and that's it. You know, we do not have access to any kind of data from their side. But with you know, private customers, it's quite different because we have real additional data from their side and feedbacks also, and it really helps also enhance our technology to specific use cases. That's what I can say about that. So the more we can get access to, you know, open source data, the better it is for us also.
We have another reaction from our audience, which maybe I'll phrase in a question. Could we make sure that the data we gather from ocean observation has more of a sustainability impact rather than an ongoing exploitation impact. Is that the case for the moment? Do you think that the data we gather about ocean observation contributes to an ongoing exploitation of oceans? That's the feeling some people in our audience have. Do you think it's more negative than positive? Do you think it contributes more to further exploitation rather than to the blue economy or sustainable blue economy?
I don't know if I exactly get the question, but I can try to formulate an answer and then... No, because of course I have something coming to my mind. That, of course, with all the information that we provide on the ocean, this information can be used by the different operators of the blue economy in an unsustainable way. And to give an example, I'm thinking about the ocean fronts that exist in the ocean, which are well known by fishers to be area of aggregation of fish. And they have not waited for the advent of satellites to know that when they are going to these fronts, they will be able to fish more. But of course, by providing this information from satellites, so from sea surface temperature maps where you can really clearly see the fronts, or chlorophyll maps, or you can see them, then the fisher, they can go directly to these areas and they save time on their, and they optimize their catches. So this could be a negative, of course, use of satellite data. So what I strongly believe, and I think that's why we are here today and in the coming years with all this project, is that technology and satellite data are fundamental to support this sustainable development of the blue economy, but only if, together with providing a support to the operators in their day-to-day operation, we also provide the support for monitoring the impact of their activity on the environment. And we provide the support for monitoring and regulating authorities to make the right control and to ensure that we are talking about ecosystem-based management and that everything is done taking everything into account. We cannot do it only providing the data without doing the impact assessment of the marine environment on the other side. So I don't know if this was the question, but that's, I think, an important message anyway.
Yeah, if it was the question, I would say that the bad guys, when they have resources, are always one step ahead. I give just one example regarding AES data. We observe, and when I say we, I don't talk only about Unseen Labs, but about the main AES data providers in the world. They observe that deceptive shipping practices are getting more and more complex. That means that in the past, when vessels wanted just to become invisible to make illegal activities at sea, they switched off their AES to do bad activities, and that's it. Now, as they know that if they switch off their AES, maybe someone will ask, like we ask, why did it switch off its AES in this area? So now they try not to switching it off, but to spoofing it. That means that they send manipulating information to let people know that, or to make people know that they are in another place doing another thing that has nothing in common with the reality, in fact. So manipulations are getting more and more complex, and even to know and to investigate, and so it's becoming harder and harder. But we see that as a challenge also, So we have also to enhance our technologies, AES technology, RF technology, and other sources of technology, so that we can. It is important that we will not be left behind. Mm-hmm. That's the most important thing, I guess.
Yeah, Joaquin.
Thanks, good point. At the same time, somehow I would say AIS data were not available 20 years ago. So there is a step forward, and of course the ship can switch off the data, but 20 years ago we did not really have this technology. So I'm optimistic, clearly, and I'm convinced of the goodness of data and the need of sustained ocean observation. And actually we are here in the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership, and I'd like to emphasize blue economy. And I'll quote Richard Spinrad from NOAA again. Rich is saying, Rich is nowadays the chief, the responsible from NOAA in the US, but when he was not, he has a very nice sentence which was saying, the blue economy is a knowledge-based economy looking at the sea, not really for extraction of natural goods, but for data to address societal challenges and inspire solutions. Mm-hmm. And I think this is absolutely right, and I think that's the way forward. And so that's for the blue economy part, but the sustainable part is also very relevant. And again, I'd like to quote Brundtland from 1987, in the sense that the original definition from sustainable development, which is the development that satisfies the needs of, we all know, from the present, but without compromising the capacities of the future generation to fulfill their own needs. So I think it's really nice to this meeting on Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership bring us together those two elements, blue economy, but not really for extraction of goods, but to inspire solutions, and also solutions not just thinking about ourselves, but about the next generations.
Thank you very much. I think that is a perfect concluding remark with two very good quotes that really fit in. So you did my job. That's great. So, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes this very interesting discussion. Thank you very much to our three speakers, and I think they deserve a big round of applause for their contribution. So it has been a rather intense day, and we're going to continue tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward to more discussions on the workshops that took place. But for now, you can relax, you can continue to network, you can ask more questions of our speakers in this panel or the other panels earlier on this afternoon. And as mentioned earlier on today, you're invited to a reception at the Royal Library of Belgium. It's just around the corner. Now, two practical points. You should actually take your coats if you left them at the cloakroom as you go, because there's another cloakroom there. It's just around the corner, and colleagues from the JPI office will be showing you the way. Now, I understand they're going to be wearing orange hats, so you can't miss them, because it's true that in a crowd it's sometimes difficult to identify who's who, so follow the orange hats. And meet each other again around a drink at the reception in the Royal Library. Have a very nice evening. See you all tomorrow morning here, 9 sharp. Bye-bye.